be a lot more vulnerable than we used to be. So this ought to be a lot of fun. I think this is the first step in this simulator becoming much more realistic, having actual, threats, at least for detection. And I kind of love how we're kind of wading into this. I think people taking advantage of the early access of this game are going to be the best players at this game when it comes out. And that obviously not a very profound statement, but what that means is that we're learning the systems as they develop and get better during the process of the game development. So whenever it is released, we're going to understand how the systems work in the simulator very, very well. And that's what I'm looking forward to the most, I think. Let's go ahead and get started. You guys ready? I'm ready to go. Look at you, 15 streams in a row, Just a Flop. Thank you for being the first man here. And hey, oh, there I am. Hello. I think the first woman here will always be Lady Rosie. I think our demographic is down to one woman, confirmed. And so she'll always be first, no matter when she shows up. Yeah, she'll be here at some point. That's for sure. That's for sure. All right, we're going to get right into it. I'm not going to keep you guys. I'm not going to blah, blah, blah. No, we're going to do a simple 1v1, and let's see what happens. You guys look good, right? Everybody looking good? We're looking good. I'm looking good. You're looking good. It's Friday. No civilian traffic. This can be one-on-one mano-a-mano in the daytime against a frigate, an ASW frigate. They coming for us, boys. We're going to put him a little bit far away so I have some time to set things up. I do like that when the enemy distance is close, it is snapshot close. You had better get on that contact. You had better set up your weapon, and you had better get it in the water in about 90 seconds. Yeah, it's that close means close now. So I default to medium unless I want to go further out, right? We're not going to start surface. That's silly. But let's start shallow because we are going to have to get eyeballs on target quite quickly. We're going to be shooting on visual bearings. We're going to do the like a quick look, dip the mast, enter in the visual bearings. I'll show you how to do all that in the computer there. We are going to do block 4. I'm sorry, but I've fallen in love with block 4. Block 4 integrates so many tools that really exist that I think it's the best block in the game right now. Obviously, it's the most modern block version of the submarine in the game right now. But they have integrated so much more than, say, the block 1 has in terms of sonar cursor tools that I know exist but are not in this sim. There's more stuff that really exists in block 4. Oh, and I'm covering it up. Oh my gosh. Right here, see this right here? Block 1, 2, 3, 4. I always go with block 4 at this point. Always. Okay, I'm back. Hi. Miss me? Okay, let's get started. Oh, look at the date. What? Oh, what? Okay, summertime sucks for sonar. Well, we're near the equator, but so let's go straight up January. Like it's Christmas time, baby. Ooh, this is awesome. Ooh, I love it. Okay, calm down. Hold. Woo, we got a long ways to go. We can't be burning that energy this early. Yeah, that's just easy there. Easy. That's huge. You have no idea how huge this is in terms of sonar performance. Imagine a layer depth that's not at 72 feet. Just for a moment. We might get that today. Oh my God. Let's go. Let's start. This is literally Christmas for a sonar tech right here. That's what this is. This is a good time. Yeah. If you're not having fun playing this game, join the army because this is the sweet stuff. This is what we work so hard for in the Navy. All the inspections and maintenance and going underway over and over and over again, so that one day we might get the call from the admiral or the squadron, time to go, and you got to be ready to go when that happens, right? So, it's backwards. Okay, hold up. Let me fix it. Let me fix it. Okay, we put the map over there. And then we put the time bearing plot, which means nothing to you landlubbers, but it's important. I'll teach you how to use that someday. I will. I promise. Whew, calm down there. My energy level just spiked because I can set the date. That's Mom, and she won't leave me alone. Stop it. All right, fine. What does she want? Stop calling me on the phone. All right, what's our total water depth? I don't know. What do we have here? Bearing 216. Holy smokes. 5 kilohertz, and he's melting the plastic off the outside of the hull. You did not know there was plastic there. There is. Look at that. Okay. So they did make a mention of this in the notes. This is... They are aware of this. We have one active out there bearing on this active bearing here. You can see all the data is the same, but it just gave it 4 tracker numbers. They didn't say whether or not that was intentional, but they did mention it in the notes. I will go over the patch notes. I will. We're going to get a snapshot. Oh, look at this. Sweet. Let's get it. Calm. Hold. Hold. Oh, I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him. But I'm going to let the computer do the work. I got to learn to let the computer do the work. I could do all that myself. I could. I probably should. But I'm going to train the computer. I'm going to train my brain to work with the computer. Make it up 5-4 feet. All right. I got to let the computer do the work. I could do all this myself, and that would be a lot of fun. But how many weapons do we... Oh, yeah, weapons. All right, this guy is definitely close. We know he's close. We're going to go ahead and just flood. Make ready, flood. Make ready, flood. Okay. All right, let's get... You know what? ESM... Yeah, fine. I know. ESM gets neglected. They're like, he never thinks of ESM. Well, there you go. Okay. I'm going to do that again. There you go. All right. I'm going to do... You know what? Maybe he's not awake yet. Oh, she was getting her hair did. That's all that was. Okay, not a big deal. Listen, we have multi-crew now, so we got to be sensitive to the needs of the crew members, right? We got to be sensitive. All right, put me on the bearing of Sierra 1. Uh-oh. Why do we not have a bearing? And why is my periscope so far out of the flipping water? What? Oh, where's he at? Where's he at? No close contacts. All right, we're going to be detected. Down. That was already too much mast exposure. What's his... Oh. Where's my sonar tech at? That's why we didn't have Sierra 1 on the screen. Fine, I'll do it myself. 220, rather. There he is. Up. Come on, baby. Put me up. Uh-oh. What the hell? Where's he at? There he is. All right. 10,800 yards down. So 10,800 yards. This angle in the bow is a starboard 20. I'll say starboard 30. I always give it extra 10 because I'm not very good at the bow calls. And then speed, I'm going to assume 8 knots for now. It is a warship. Notice how I'm putting all the information in with the scope lowered. Write that down. Do not leave the scope up while you do that. All right. I'm going to come over here. We're going to do that. All right. Range is 10,800 yards by laser. Oh, wow. And by now it's probably 400 yards because it's taking me so long. His course is 020-ish. We'll say 030. His speed is... Sorry, I was doing karate in my head there for a second. You're like, what was all the hands for? I was throwing hands in sonar. That's what we do. All right. That's him. Shoot that. Oh, hell yeah. God bless, that's good. Look at me. Look how good that is. Oh, I'm so good at this game. Okay. Calm. All right. Tube's flooded. Open the door. Open door. We're going to go to Mark 48. We're going to go to Victor 1. Tube 1, Victor 1. Ooh, did I not? Holy cow, Sierra 1 actually has a good solution. Did they fix the AI? Oh my God, I didn't even get to that part in the patch notes. Holy smokes. All right, assign that to Tube 1. Final bearing and shoot. Well, final point procedures. Sierra 1, Tube 2 up. Final bearing and shoot. Yeah, his angle on the bow is definitely 2-0. Down. 11,000 yards. How's the opening? Check fire. That doesn't make any sense. Let's take a look at sonar. Luckily, he's 10,000 yards away. We're fine. He's on the right, drawing right. Narrow angle on the bow. He should be closing us quite quickly. What's our speed? 5 knots, 180. Okay. Let's, oh, not trim. Heading. Come left, steer course, 140, enter. 140, enter. Okay, cool. Just double checking that you guys could actually hear me. I usually check this before I do all this. That good. Oh my God, 2 war crimes. 2 days since our last war crime. You guys are slipping. Get back on that war crime stuff. Keep that counter. Keep that counter to 1. All right, up. We are maneuvering, so it's going to be tricky. Yeah, he's pointed right at us. Yeah, we didn't get a good range off that. I'll wait till we're steady on course here. This does stack really well. I love how that stacks. That's such a good stack. You guys are awesome. Fire control's doing a good job. Imagine that. Holy smokes. It literally is Christmas. It literally is Christmas. And then make a little adjustment here for him. I'm going to help you out, fire control. There you go. That stack's perfect. That's so good. 8,000 yards closing. Are we steady on course yet? Course. 163. I said 150, didn't I? We're at 5 knots of periscope depth. We may not be able to wait. Let's go back to the helm. This guy's getting too close for us. What's our... I said 140. Okay. Stay up on course 155. Excellent. It's going to be a good shot. This is going to be such a good shot. We're so good. You're going to be so good. You don't believe how good we're going to be. Oh, it's going to be so good. Take a little peeky poo at him. Little peeky poo, there he is. I'm going to do a little sneaky peek. Oh, look at him. He has no idea. He has no idea what is about to happen to him. Down. 12,000 yards. He's moving away from us. Son of a bitch. Okay. Turn him around. Flip him around. He's going that way. Apply that. Great. Now, if he has a towed array, we are so screwed. But that's okay. Don't worry about that. Dude, think of the positive things. Like maybe he doesn't have a towed array. Think about that. Why not that? Send that shit to tube 1 and tube 2. Arm it. All right. Torpedoes are armed. We're going to shoot 2 torpedoes at this guy. You better open that fucking door right now, Mr. Man. Okay. Let me go back over here. We're going to set up. Oh my God. Thank you. Please scroll. There we go. I'm going too fast for the computer at the moment. All right. So we're going to do one last look and shoot. Firing point procedure, Sierra 1, tube 2. Final bearing on shoot. Up. Oh, you sweet thing. I'll be damned. He is moving away from us. Huh. How about that? 15,000 years. Look at him in color. Let's get that sweet color pick for the Pentagon. You know how much they like that stuff. They're a little freaky over there in the Pentagon. They get off on that stuff. You see that stuff above the urinal in the men's bathroom. Sometimes kind of odd. I'm like, what's going on with that? I don't ask any questions. I'm just glad they let me in the room, honestly. All right, tube 1, tube 2, Sierra 1, 1,000 yards, range. Where's the range at? Give me the range, bitch. Range, 12,500. Okay, fire point procedure, Sierra 1, tube 2, bearing 223, range 12,090 yards, high confidence, speed is 10 knots, course 219, opening 1,800 yards per minute. That's not good. Good luck. Slap that torpedo in the ass, motherfucker. Let's go. I was supposed to shoot. Oh, there it is. Fire. Uh-oh. It's fine. Go to tube 1 and do it again. Assign it. Presets. Tube 1 arm. Shoot tube 1. Yeah. Go to sonar. This is the wrong sonar display. There we go. All right. This is torpedo number 1, fired from tube 2. That's torpedo number 2, fired from tube 1. We're watching to see if they merge on the bearing of Sierra 1. God, we're already 11 minutes in. It's taken us 11 minutes to sink this guy. That is too slow. We got to get faster at this. The thing that threw me off is he was opening. All right. Waiting for the weapon to merge. Weapon's heading towards the bearing of Sierra 1. This is the wire clearance maneuver. Wire clearance maneuver complete on both weapons. Wires are not entangled. That's very important. Oh, okay. Weapons have merged on the same bearing, which is good. And they're moving at the same bearing rate towards Sierra 1, also good. All right, weapons are starting to fade. Let me just quickly check active. He has not changed any modes. Oh, good. They have, so they did address this. So it is one contact. It's going to be track number 109 in this case. Can you guys see that? Is my head in the way? No, okay, good. It's 5 kilohertz. This is a Type 55 destroyer from China. His signal degradation is going down so fast. This guy is opening at least 10 knots. It might actually be a little bit faster, but I think I'm going to stick with the 10 knot solution. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Now it goes back to 4 again. I don't. Okay. I'm not sure why it does that. All right, let's take a look. What is our depth? Okay, we're in deep water, so I can go deep whenever I need to. If we need to go torpedo evasion, we will. I'll show you guys how to do that. Let's just draw our SSP. Layers at 6-9 feet. It changed. Hallelujah, it changed. It's different today. Yay. It's not the same, and that makes me happy. Oh, bottom bounce comes up at 10,000 yards. Okay, it's essentially the same environment as it ever was. All right, so we have 2 weapons merging on the bearing. You can see the intercept course right there. That's not a good... We've got to update the solution. That's not a good course. All right. Up. Update visual angle on the bow on Sierra 1. Sierra 2, yeah. He's definitely, he's almost dead astern in terms of mass. Plus the bearing. Come on, there we go. Oh my God, I've already missed because that took me way too long to find the button. Okay, I'm not used to clicking this with a mouse. You hit it with your thumb in real life. Okay. Video games. That's not right. Update the solution. Okay. Did I assign a fire controlman? I did. Okay. So what you have to do in this case, he keeps updating it incorrectly. He's doing his best, but he's not doing a very good job of updating Sierra 1 in terms of proper course. So I'm going to have him secure updates on Sierra 1. Sierra 1 is now my responsibility. If I don't update it, it does not get updated. So once you do that, you got to come immediately over here and make sure that you make it correct. So his bearing is fine. His range is like 12,000 yards. But his course is like I must say 190, really. It's barely, it's like 200. Yeah, let's go 200. Yep. Enter that. And let's just apply that for now. Now, let's try and make that stack. I know his... There we go. There we go. Look, that stack's really good right there. Course 222, and the range came in about 100 yards. Still plenty. Okay, now we got to send that to the weapon. We've just updated fire control. Weapon doesn't know that we've changed anything. So we're going to go to the weapon, and I'm going to update the solution to tube 1 and tube 2, only because they're both going to the same target. And watch how they turn. Their lead lines just updated. So we're chasing down this aft aspect, this rearward aspect destroyer. We're going to blow his propellers off and bend his shafts and make him our bitch. That's what we're going to do to him. All right. I've increased the enable distance to 1,200 yards. This will alert the target quite early. He'll be able to get decoys in the water. It's unlikely he'll decoy both successfully. We'll see. We will find out together if he is successful in that. Let's get back on the scope. Up. I'm going to update the aspect and the angle of, look at that. He's definitely, his bearing is his course. His bearing is his course. This damn button's throwing me up. 15,000 yards. This guy's hauling ass. He's got 230. That's his actual course. All right, so let's go back to fire control. Let's put in the word 230. Oh, hello, 230. Right there. We're going to put in the range of 14,000 yards. This guy's hauling. He's already running. He might hear the torpedoes and is like, I'm getting out of here. I don't blame him. He's definitely not doing 8 knots. I wonder if I change the speed if that lines up better. Let's go to 10. Let's go to 15. Oh, it doesn't show me until I enter it? I don't want to do that. Well, I suppose I have to. Look, that doesn't work at all. Yep, 9. Yeah, no, that's even worse. Well, yeah. Wow, for some reason, 8 knots really stacks for this guy. I think he's going faster than that. But when in doubt, believe the indication. The computer's got a lot more data here than I have mentally. Every time I do it visually, that's 1 data point. This is literally 15 data points. So believe your indications in this case. It's close enough for a hit, that's for sure. We're going to get him. This guy's dead. Nothing can save you now, sir. Make peace with your God because you're about to meet him. Up. A little bit higher. I remembered where the button was that time. That was nice. I still missed, though. Give me that laser beam. 15,500 yards, this guy's. Oof. Running away. What you running from, bro? Where are you going? Let me go ahead and assign my sonarman here. There he is. Welcome to the team, buddy. All right, let's talk about this screen. So the nice thing about this screen is you can see everything going all the way around the ship, 360 degrees. The blue line is the bow line, so that's the direction we're going. So this is the left-hand side called port, right-hand side called starboard. And you can see our target over here, you know, doing his best to get back to Beijing before he explodes. We ain't gonna let that happen. We got our visual contact here. I manually designated this a warship. That's why it's red right there. So it's hostile. The Sierra number doesn't have any kind of classification on it. We'll see if the AI does that. You can also change the arrays here. We don't have any total arrays out at the moment. Wow. I do like the WA display better than the lab whenever I'm looking at this. These are our weapons. So how do I begin to explain this? This is the port side, this is the starboard side. So port side weapon was first and then ran over here and faded after he merged on the bearing of the target. That's good, that's what you want to see. We fired the starboard weapon, tube 1. He was the second weapon launched. Did the same path, the target. Wire clearance maneuvers right there, and then it merges on the target right there. So we have 2 weapons in the water, both at about 8,000 yards at this point, halfway to the target. And we're going to watch it in fire control. This is what, oh my gosh. Because he's low bearing rate, all the blue bearing lines are stacking up on top of each other. So it does look like a bit of a mess, but this is honestly probably the easiest shot we're going to get at this range. He's not changing bearing. If we keep the weapons on his bearing, eventually they'll catch him. Okay. Our weapons are doing in excess of 40 knots. He's doing, I'm thinking 15, but the computer says 8. At this point, I'm not going to argue with the computer. I know the range is correct and the course is correct, and that's all I need to put a weapon on him. And that's what we're doing here. But look at his opening range rate. Holy smokes. 4,600 yards per minute. That's got to be the weapon. He's not opening that much at 8 knots. There's no way. How's that being calculated? I'm looking at range rate. So range rate, yeah, 230 knots opening is 230 knots. 230 yards per minute opening is accurate. What is this 2,700? What is that? That's got to be the weapon. There's no way that's not the weapon. All right, we've got a little bit of bearing deviation on one, weapon two. That's fine. All right, let's update our bearing, make sure the target has not maneuvered. Our volunteer, our victim, our target, 16,000 yards, has not maneuvered. He's doing his best to live, but it ain't going to happen. It ain't going to work. Oh, man. So check this out. This is a God's eye view of what's going on here. You can ignore Victor 1 at this point. Sierra 1 is our updated solution. That's what I thought he was doing initially. So you can see, obviously, by having to flip him around, that's what cost us so much time. That's why it was 11 minutes before I had a weapon in the water instead of, I don't know, 90 seconds, which is the standard. That's how much improvement we got to make over the next, I don't know, weeks, months, whatever. Do you know what it is? I've just figured it out. It's the lights. We got to set the lighting properly. Oh, yeah. See, this is what a control room is meant to look like. A little hum from the ventilation. Little glow from the backlit panels. All the flat LCDs doing their thing. Look at all this. Little war crime counter 4. Hey, somebody have a time machine? Jesus. It's 4 day. We got to sync somebody, man. Reset that counter to 1. Oh, man. You know what? Sorry, we never used DSM. Never used DSM. I wonder if he's evading because he saw our mast or because we saw our weapons. I don't know. One of the notes in the new patch, and I put this in the description, is that the mast physics has been changed. So I'll read the exact wordage here as soon as we get done with this episode, this one little encounter we're doing. Hello, hello. 70,000 yards. This guy's hauling, but this guy's doing like 15 knots, maybe 30 knots. I don't know. Look at his range rate. Holy smokes. It's not 8. Fire control is, I don't care what the freaking dots in the math says. That ain't right. He's going faster than 8 knots. Jeez Louise. I mean, it stacks up beautifully, but how is that possible? Oh my God. Hey, listen. The torpedoes are on the bearing. That's what matters, right? That's all that matters. Sonar. Oh, so fire control has our weapons doing this. Well, Sonar hasn't properly identified these two contacts as our weapons, so I'll give the fire control a pass on that. That's on Sonar. If Sonar had properly classified these two weapons, these two contacts as our own weapons, obviously fire control could just look and see what our weapon is doing because the fire control system tells us what our weapon's doing in terms of range and bearing. And we're going to go to that right now. I'm going to show you. Right. Where's it at? Where's it at? Oh, here it is. I had to scroll down a little bit. All right, so our torpedo course is 235. Our speed is 41 knots. Torpedo bearing is 234 from own ship. Torpedo range is 16,000 yards. Fire control just typed that in into CR3, and it would line right up. Oh, it looks like he did too. Or no. Oh, are we evading? Or what's the range right there? Now, our torpedo should be in... yeah, they're in attack mode now. Yes! This is what we want to see. You guys want to see the explosion? All right, I'll show you the explosion. Oh, all right, we'll watch the explosion. That's our boy. Hello, sir. Thank you for volunteering today. Appreciate that. This is a pretty badass little destroyer China built. Kind of impressed with it. Well, don't tell him I said that, but I am. It's kind of good. It's kind of good. They built a good ship, folks. I mean, what can I say? I'm supposed to sit here and tell you it's not good. It's good, okay? They did wow, look at that thing. That's a hero shot right there. A thumbnail, that motherfucker. Yeah. Oh, look at you. Where's our target at? He's very close. That's the wake of the target, maybe? Or is that the other torpedo? I don't know. Listen, I just work here and click the mouse, okay? Back it up, man. I'm trying to find a ship. Look at the Bernoulli hump where, oh my God. Oh, look, we're pushing the water out of the way. That's how much energy is in this torpedo. It's like the water doesn't even have time to get out of the way. Yeah. Now, the problem with this shot is warships, real warships in reality, have towed countermeasures. And the torpedo will hit that countermeasure, if the countermeasure is effective, and explode. Or some work another way where it will decoy and attract the weapon but never explode it, running it out of energy. It works both ways. Not the same countermeasure, but there's multiple. Oh yeah, that's weapon 1. That was tube 2. Oh, yeah. Let's watch the second one. Let's watch it. Oh, that one. Now that looked like that hit a towed countermeasure right there. You see how early that one exploded? Yeah. So that's what that would look like. I don't know if they have the towed countermeasures in the game. I'm not saying that's what it was, but that's what that looks like. That second shot was not effective. Nope. Sonar is going to be in there, explosion on the bearing of the contact Sierra 1, and high-fiving each other, back there, massaging themselves as they do, because they heard an explosion in sonar, which is always a good time. Oh, he dead in the water now. We got him now, boys. We got him now. Yeah. Now, Sun Gun not dead yet. He not dead. He's got a little engine room trouble. That's all. That's all he's got. All right. So here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Because I'm not done playing with my food yet. All right. We're going to load tube. What are we going to load? What's in this one? Let's post-launch tubes 1 and tubes 2. Let's go ahead and load a harpoon. Let's get them with a missile. Now, shooting a missile against Type 55 is a waste of your time, folks. Don't do it. But for demonstration purposes, we're going to do it. Type 55 will take the harpoon and bat it down like it's, minor league batting practice. It's not effective. Your harpoons are going to be effective against older and less capable ships. Type 55, even in this state, I would not shoot this weapon. But for the purposes of our training today, I'm going to show you how to shoot a harpoon in this video game. So whenever you're shooting a harpoon or even a Tomahawk land attack missile, you got to build a package for it, a mission for it. So that's what this map looking button does. So we're going to go to anti-ship missile number 1, mission number 1. We don't need to make a new mission because we got it. And I'm just going to say, hey, where's us? We're right there. Okay. I'm going to click the thing. Oh, ham. That's a horizontal attack mode or pop-up mode. A horizontal attack will go straight in. Pop-up will come in and go down. If you pop up on a Type 55, it'll destroy your harpoon. So I'm gonna do one of each because it'll be fun. All right. Is it gonna make me? It's gonna make me make a new mission. I don't know why. What the hell? Get back in there. Get back in there. Delete the mission. All right, let's try this again. Let's try it again. Okay, we're in ham. Aha, that's what I did new. Okay. So we're mission 1. And what this means is the harpoon is going to launch, go to this point, and turn on its radar in the direction that the red caret is facing. Obviously, he's inside that red caret. He's dead center. Now, what you should take into account is that whenever you launch a harpoon forward, it travels about 6 seconds underwater, getting up to the surface. It travels another 5 seconds on its booster. It's actually about 8 seconds on its booster. So it's going to be like way down here before it actually turns to go to this waypoint. If your target is inside 10,000 yards, you're probably going to want to make extra waypoints so that you have the right attack angle. This guy's almost 20,000 yards away, dead in the water. We're going to get a hit. Okay. But just if your target is inside 10, take into account how long it takes for the harpoon and the Tomahawk to get onto course. It's not instant. All right, let's go ahead and save this mission 1. Let me go to my tubes. They're flooded, right? Both are flooded. We're gonna open that door. I'm going to assign mission 1 to tube 2. I'm going to assign mission 1 to tube 1. I'm going to go, what am I gonna do? Okay. Yep. We're going to do firing point procedures missile on Sierra 1, tube 2. I intend on launching 2 weapons on this bearing. Bearing mark down 19,000 yards. Update the solution to 19,000 yards. This is why we need like human people doing this, because as I'm calling it out, I expect my operators to be doing this manually. 19,000 yards on that bearing. Apply. That does not change our mission. That's his new, the red diamond is what I just updated. So that's where he is in the system as well as a Sierra number. So I don't need to update that. It's well inside my cone. I'm going to save this as mission 1. And we're going to arm both missiles with mission 1. We're going to shoot tube 2. 3 seconds. Shoot tube 1. Get on the scope. Up. Low power. Look forward. Look forward. All right. There he is. That's tube 2. Or that's tube 2. That's tube 1. Weapons in the air. You're looking for booster separations. What you're looking for here, folks. There it is. That's booster from tube 2. That's booster from tube 1. Good booster separation. You can assume that the weapons are functioning normally if the booster falls off the ass end of that thing. That's what you want to look for. Now in Sonar, you're not going to have a lot of data, but we'll see what Sonar has here. Let's go to here. Yeah, like you didn't even really see the launch. Yeah, you should have saw something, but it would have been quick either way. All right, notice how the contact is dead in the water now, and that's why we don't see any sonar data. That's kind of realistic. 6 days, my God. We got to get humping. Where's he at? There he is. All right. Now, can we watch this in color? I kind of want to see the pop-up maneuver. All right. You know what we're going to do? I'm going to watch the missiles because I want you guys to see the pop-up. Oh, look at that. That's a thumbnail. Like and subscribe. Okay. Sorry. Oh. I'm not sure if this is the one that's going to pop up. But look how low he is to the water. Yeah. Get some. It's actually very easy for modern defenses to shoot down. But it looks really cool. All right. Yeah. Explosions. Now there should be another one. Oh. That might have been it right there, actually. We'll see if he gets another one. I think both missiles hit right there. Oh, I didn't change the second one to pop up, did I? Whoops. All right. Both missiles just went straight in. So the engine room is cooked, right? I mean, honestly, the engine room is actually that part, but like Shaft Alley is cooked. They're not launching any helicopters off that. Yeah. Is he going backwards? No way. Hold up. Wait a minute. All right, yeah, he's not changing nothing. Yeah, that's right. You sit there and you think about what you did. Yeah. You chose the wrong type of capitalism called communism. We don't like that around here. No. It is a nice ship, though. Damn. I hate it when trying to build a better ship than we did. Huh. How dare they? Okay. Let's go to mission debrief and see what happens. Exit mission. Success! We shot the Renai class Type 55 destroyer a couple times in the butt. And it was a lot of fun doing it. Okay, so I do like that it did react and he tried to evade by running away. Our weapon, we had one weapon detonate prematurely, which is an indication there might be a countermeasure out there. Something caused it to blow up before it got under the target. Not sure what. Might have been a weapon malfunction. It might have been a sim thing where the simulation, because there was a weapon that had just exploded, right? So there's a lot of disturbance in the water. The weapon might have accurately detected that and detonated sympathetically, thinking that it was under the ship at the time. There's like all sorts of possibilities. We don't really know. But what we do know is that it says success. You can see half the word right there. I have a widescreen monitor. That's why you can't see the whole thing. Sorry, whatever. Highfalutin. That's what I am. Highfalutin. We are going to try and do the campaign again. The campaign has kicked my butt so much. It's embarrassing. I can't get past mission 1. Yeah, what the hell? We're going to try it again. How y'all doing? I haven't read chat at all. Chat's like, does he ever read chat? Nope. 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 What do you guys think of the new camera and lighting? You guys like it? Is it good? Yep. This is the new setup I've been working on this week. I had to dial it in. It wasn't right on Wednesday. It wasn't even close, actually. Time for the first war crime. That's right. Set the war crime counter back to 1. Yep. Okay. And I also want to do like one of these. Uh-oh. Yeah. Now that they've addressed and changed the environment and the mass can be detected, I really want to go through some of these missions. But I'm really hung up that other people have done mission 1 of campaign 1 and have moved on to, there's like 18 missions in the campaign. I can't get past the first one. What's up with that? It's called Rainbow Panda, baby. All right. It's off your screen, so I will read it to you. A newly appointed submarine commander in the Pacific Theater, because Trump fired the last one, says your first mission is a 2-day training exercise to a newly commissioned Australian submarine, formerly USS Providence, Flight 2688 class submarine. During the first day, you will participate in an ASW exercise with the Royal Australian Navy. Your objective is to detect, classify, and execute a simulated attack on the Urulu. That's the name of the sub. They renamed Providence to something crazy. And, Australians, man, they off the chain over there. I'm like, yeah. Okay. And we're going to simulate an attack on him or while remaining undetected. Holy smokes. Chat is flying by. What happened? I missed something, didn't I? Yeah. The free account. Thank you for the super chat. That's what I missed. What did he say? Why didn't it come up over here? Oh, no. All right. Super chats are not alerting on my screen, folks. So please, if I miss one, spam the chat like you did. He said, character holding their heads in their hands saying incredible. Oh, that's the, what I on my end, I get a description of the emoji that you guys are seeing. I don't know why it works that way. That doesn't make any sense. Anywho, let's see if anyone's critiquing my work. The El Uru is a famous mountain. Why would you name a submarine after a mountain? You madmen. Unless it's Japan, Mount Fuji makes sense. And it's not a mountain, it's a mesa. You silly goose. Learn your words. You like being ignored, says it. Okay. Yeah. Vulcan Rider's into that. He's into that, submission stuff, right? Yeah. Ugh. Ayers Rock. Yeah, whatever. Listen, you guys can name your rocks. How bored are you in Australia that you're naming your rocks? I suppose we do the same thing. Yeah. We named a ditch and we called it the Grand Canyon so people would spend money at hotels to go see it. It's a hole in the ground. It's kind of long. It's got a river at the bottom. Yeah. I've been to the Grand Canyon. It's not impressive. It's big. Okay, it is big. And the sunrise is kind of cool. Sunsets too. I can't talk crap about it. Grand Canyon is kind of cool. I want to talk crap about it, but I can't. All right, let's set the mood lighting. We're doing our mission. Please, for the love of Pete, succeed this mission. Please, I'm begging you. Let's do it. Okay, let's not beg. That's not how we want to start the stream. We don't want to start the stream begging, right? Let's do this with competence. Now, depth. Well, I'm still on the fence as to what the proper depth is. You know what? They have redone the masted antenna calculation. Let's just see if the proper depth is the proper depth for communication. I don't know. And I'm not even going to dial it in because China's watching right now. They're like, take notes. He's about to write the right depth down. No, I'm playing a video game. And so we're going to go to depth. Oh, wait a second. Hold up. We're going to go to depth and we're going to go to periscope depth. I'm going to click the button to see what the game says it is. Take that, China man and Daryl in the van. Hey, that rhymes. That kind of rhymes. All right. So we got some dude in ESM. Who we got on sonar, or this is not sonar. This is the fire control. Would you get off? I'm trying to right click on it. There we go. Let's set up a man there. All right. Yep. And then we got sonar station. That's where the girls hang out. Sonar. There they are. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, we're coming up. We're coming up. Mm-hmm. I kind of brain farted, but I'm back. I'm back, boys. I was like, what am I doing? I had forgot what I was doing, but Now I'm back. And that's called getting old. And that's why they don't let me do this anymore. Because I got old. And then I slowed down. And they were like, why are you so slow? And I was like, why are you so fast? Calm down. And they were like, no. All right. While he's coming to periscope depth, I'm going to do a couple things here. We are going to extend the thin line towed array, and then we're going to extend the fat line towed array, because we're looking for a submarine. We ain't going to find them on any other sensor than a towed array. I don't think. That's just me. That's what I'm saying. That's just what I think. The hell do I know? No idea. We're raising mast and antennas. We're going to change the color to red. Thermal. Actually, let's leave it color for now. Raise. I raised it, right? Hello? Our depth is 100 feet. I don't expect to have any contacts. What do we got here? Towed array rivet. Yeah. You guys make fun of how I say towed array. I get it. Never gets old. Nope. Never gets old. Let's warm up the old laser beam. What am I doing wrong here? I have it selected. I have it raised. We're at 93 feet. We should start seeing some daylight. We should start seeing something. Hello? Hello? We're at 86 feet. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. It does say raised, right? Mast is raised right there. Yeah, it's raised. Okay, I'm just double checking that the mast is actually raised, because it's acting kind of weird right now. I do have it selected, right? Yeah, it's selected. That's it. Okay. 73 feet. Oh, it's nighttime. I see stars. Oh my God. This is the worst. I can't see crap. Ugh. All right, no close contacts. Yeah. Down. All right, let's go to ESM. Where is ESM at? Oh, that's not ESM. Let's raise the ESM mast. Also, let's try and, now that we're at periscope depth, let's raise all of the communication masts. There it is. One comms antenna, one HDR mast, all the way up. And it should work. But we'll see if it does. I don't know. I didn't make the game. Oh my God, they fixed it. It's receiving from periscope depth. Yay. Yippee. Oh, thank you, Wave Ops. You guys are so good. I love you. Okay. It works properly. What's our depth? 50 feet, it says. That's fine. That's fine. We're getting a message. Print that bitch. Okay, we got the whole message. For realism, I'm going to keep the array up until we're done receiving the entire broadcast. Because what happens is not only do you get one message, you get any message that's in the buffer on the satellite. So it could be more than this message. But for our purposes here today, we know this. But we can just read this real quick. Execution, we're going to transit to point uniform, which is going to be on the chart when I go look at it. And we're going to... I think it's done receiving now. Yeah. It started to receive it again, which we don't need the same message twice. We don't need that. Okay, retract. All right, let's take a look at the chart, which is behind me. We should have an AIS contact, which we apparently do. Yep. And that's point uniform down there. So our contact is somewhere in the direction to the south. Let's take a look at our sonar environment. Switch just to fathometer right here. Fathometer. Where my fathometer at? That's not the fathometer. That's the fathometer. Okay, let's go to feet. It's in continuous already. It's thousands of feet below the keel. Excellent. Let's take keep the fathometer up on the top. Down here, this is the one you change. It's lower display. Let's go to SSP. where are we at? There we are. All right, we're in this ocean here, this little sea. I forget the name of the sea. So we know down to the south is where we want to look. So down here, ray trace that. And the layer is at 30 feet. Excellent, excellent. I love that it's not 72 feet. Thank goodness gracious me. So either way, we're below the layer. Oh yeah, we should see this guy. Okay, I'm going to actually use real sonar physics. We should go to like, yeah, 900 feet. That is literally the best place to find him. I say, this is how I miss the submarine, is because of what I'm about to go do. But doggone it, I'm here to show you guys how it's done. Which is hilarious that I keep missing the submarine. Stop it. Stop messing with me, game. All right. Lower all mast and antennas. Retract all mast and antennas. I love that that's one. All right, raise the comms mast. Oh, I know who you are. They want me to vote again. I'm not doing it. I'm done with that shit. Okay, let's go to depth 900 feet. I don't vote. I fund campaigns with cash. So I get what I want no matter who wins. That's how you do it in America, folks. Welcome to it. All right, head 2/3. Let's keep a lookout for a submarine. That scared me for a minute. I saw that contact. I was like, that's him. But that's not real. That's a screensaver. What we want to look at here is TB29, TB23, and the wall in the lab. All right. And now that we're speeding up to 2/3, it's going to be really tough. But whenever we come down to 900 feet, we should be able to, we should have the best detection capability. The layer depth, just to remind everybody, is at 30 feet. So even at periscope depth, we were below the layer. And unless that contact, that submarine's literally on the surface transiting, which I don't think it is, he's going to be below the layer too. Whenever any contact that's below this layer in this environment, because this is a negative gradient here going that way, that means all the sound below the layer is being pushed deep. That's exactly what that means. So let's redraw this to 3,000 feet. Where it begins to go positive again, that's where all the sound go. When I say go positive, I'm talking about the SSP line, goes back that direction, just barely a little bit. But goes back. And it's centered around 971 feet. I'm just going to go to 900 feet. So we're going to be right above that. All the sound is being pushed to this blue line. If he's down here at 2,000 feet somehow, the sound's being pushed up. If he's above it up here, it's being pushed down. It's going to this blue line. So whenever you're searching, that's where you want to put your submarine. That's what we're doing here, folks. That's what's happening. Oh yeah, I probably should bring up my displays. So I sped up just to get down to our best search depth quickly. Yep, that's what we're doing. But what I want to do is I want to begin looking in that direction. So I know that he's somewhere bearing like 155 down to the south there. And we're going to start updating narrowband here. Now, whenever I do narrowband, I like to do 5 gram, 5 individual bearings that are all right next to each other, left to right, to right, to right, all the way down the array, centered around this middle gram. This middle gram is the middle. The middle gram is where I put my yellow cursor down here at the bottom. See the little yellow arrows, what I'm talking about? It's a white cursor, but yellow arrow. Anyway, that's going to be the center bearing right here. So we're looking this bearing towards southeast or to the left, and then this bearing to the south or to the right. So it's whatever you click on, a little bit left and a little bit right. That's how you read this display. I get this question a lot because it doesn't make a lot of sense what these numbers are. These numbers are the bearings you're looking at, the direction you're looking at. Now, we need data that's down here. We don't have it, right? So I'm going to go to the 3rd gram, which means my top frequency is 1200. Oof. And I'm on the different, I'm on a wrong array. We want to go to these towed arrays down here. Yeah. Oh, it got me. It got me. I almost fell for it, but not again. That's the one time you're going to get me today, video game. That won't happen twice. I guarantee you that. Nope. I almost got excited there. We're at 650 feet going 900 feet. That's what's happening. Anyway, so we're looking at this bearing. I'll put some array gain in. There we go. Now I can see it much better. And what frequencies are we looking for? Well, the 688 in this video game has 150 and 300. Yep. And you're probably like, well, how do you know that? Like, I mean, you guys aren't sonar techs. You guys aren't going to know that. Well, I'll tell you, good sir. That's a good question. You come down here to documentation, baby. Documents. Aha. Modern Naval Warfare Recognition Guide. You want to open this up. You want to open this up right here. And this will open up on in your browser. Browser sounds like a Mario character. Anywho, so here's the sonars for everybody. We want to find the submarines. Submarines are like in section 2, I think. Scroll button, scrolling down. Section 2, submarines. Should be section 8. That'd be hilarious. Oh, okay. We're going to scroll down to the Type 2 688 because that's what the Providence was. Uh-oh. Okay, we're going to go through all the Virginias, I guess. Uh-oh. Where's my 688? I might have missed it. Oh, here it is. Okay, that's Flight 1. We want to go to Flight 2. There's Flight 2. This is the Providence. Now, Flight 2 has, at slow speeds, it's like a 160. Oh, no, it's 150, literally. Okay, 150, a 180, and a 300. And then if they're going fast, which I don't think they will be, we'll see a stronger 300. Either way, we're going to see a 300, right? But look for the strong 150 or 300. That's really what we want to focus on. All right, so you don't have to be a sonar tech to play the game or enjoy the game. You just do that. You click the button. It tells you the answer. It's pretty easy. All right, so there it is, 150 above my little noggin, and there's 300 right there. And that's why I use this window, because the top frequency is 1200. If you go to window 2, the top frequency is doubled that, 2400. If you go to window 1, it's 3600. So you don't want to squash your frequencies down here to the far left-hand side. You want to vernier or zoom in on it. Okay, and we're going to, oh, are we on depth yet? We are on depth. Let's go ahead and slow down. I had 1/3. All right, and now we can actually begin our narrowband search. You know, speed greatly depreciates how effective your towed arrays are in terms of sensitivity. Let's just quickly check broadband. Make sure we don't actually have this guy broadband, because we might. Okay. And also, do you know what this sucks. Let's do a narrowband search first. I want to turn, but I want to complete my narrowband search before I turn. All right, 160, okay. We're looking at 174. So I've searched from 155 to basically 180 in that little direction. I don't see anything that strikes me. He could be flying down our towed array right now, so I'm going to kind of go the other way. So now I'm looking back to the southeast now, bearing 130. Let's go to 120, 125. What array are we on? Okay. He should be on this gram. I'm overdriving the sensitivity on the processor right now. I greatly increased the input signal. Not a good idea. I just wanted to see if that made any difference. It made it worse. Shoot. He should be on this. He should be right here. Let's check TB29. TB29 is your best towed array for finding submarines. But it's also the most sensitive to any kind of gain input and speed change. Anything over 5 knots, this thing may not be that effective. All right, we're definitely looking almost due east at this point. East to southeast. Oh, I don't see him. I don't see him. Okay, that stinks. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I can't believe this is going to happen a third time. Head 2/3. Come left, steer course 090. I'm staying at 900 feet. This is our best depth for sure for searching, and I'll show you why while returning. Also, let me go to broadband real quick. Let me stop the updates on narrowband. Let's go to broadband. Okay, just once again, he's not here. If we look at our SSP, we can search at 400 feet, but we don't have as much sensitivity. There's not as much energy at 400 feet than as there is at 971 feet. Most of the energy below the layer is at 971 feet. Okay. And so what I want to do is we're going to head to the east. I'm also going to change my SSP ray trace calculation to the east here. And look at this. It's now modeling our current depth, which is awesome, by the way. Oh, that's so good. So good. I want it to be way out there. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, we are in a CZ environment, and I love it. CZ environment, very long range detections. You guys can see this where a lot of the beams cross. If anybody goes through this little bubble, this little 3-dimensional space that looks like an oval, like a UAP, those guys from Mars. Yeah. You'll see them briefly, and then they're going to go away. I was a joke by it. Other than the fact that he's a submarine. Oh, did Sonar actually gain a contact? No. Well, what are these? Oh, that's our towed array headings. Okay. Own ship heading, towed array heading. Game is saving. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to head east. Let me go to the chart, kind of give you guys an idea of what's going on here. So point uniform is kind of the center of our encounter. But I've learned by playing this scenario 2 previous times that the target goes from point uniform, somewhere in this vicinity anyway, and goes north. So we're already north of this position. I'm trying to position myself so that my towed arrays have the best chance to detect him. On our initial course, if he had already gone by us or was going by us, we would have seen him, should have seen him. Because he did not do that, or we'd missed it, which is a possibility, I'm now going to head east and try and cross his path. If we do get a detection here, he's going to be flying either up or down the towed array, depending on when we detect him. He's going to have high bearing rate. That's going to be a problem. Hopefully we see him on broadband. All right, we're almost steady on course. I want to take a moment and prepare our we have 2 training weapons loaded. I want to go ahead and make them ready and flood the tube now so that we are not doing that whenever we're 500 yards away from another submarine, right? And we should be on course. We are. Let's go ahead and slow down 1/3. And we're going to commence our narrowband search. That's not narrowband. Neither is that. What am I looking at? There we go. Okay, so no broadband detection. Let's go back to narrowband, update. And now we want to be looking to the southeast. And what I want to show you, why is it so noisy? What are we looking at? Oh, we're still slowing down, right? We're at 5 knots. This should be... Let me turn towed array gain down a little bit. All right. There we go. Okay. There we go. Let me go back to the chart. I can show you better on the chart than what we see right there. So with the towed arrays, whenever you're looking at one bearing, you're actually looking at its ambiguous bearing at the same time, which means you're looking at two bearings. So whenever you're going this direction and I'm looking right here where my cursor's at, I'm also looking up where echo what is at, because it's like a little V shape. And the closer you get to being perpendicular to own ship, it becomes a straight line. I'm looking south and north at the same time on towed array. This only applies towed array. But I am looking this way. So whenever I say I'm looking bearing 120 in your mind, also understand that I'm looking 060. I'm doing both at the same time. So even if he's past us and north of our position already, which he might very well be, I'm going to look 120. Towed arrays aren't stable yet. That's what's going on. Okay. Even though we were steady on course, the towed arrays behind us had not stabilized yet. So, but I'm still looking 120. You can see the bearing right there. And know that, flip that in your mind, it's 060 also. It's both. It would help if they had 119 and then they had a slash and then the ambiguous bearing. I know the last thing people want are more numbers on this display, but having that on the centigram one time would really help. People understand what they're looking at. Okay, let's find a submarine. Let's find this knucklehead. Towed arrays are stable. Yeah, towed array is stable. They don't stabilize that fast in real life, but hey, take a win when you can get it, right? God, where is this guy? Shoot. What's that? What frequency is this right here? Oh, that looked good for a second. We had a 600 hertz there for, or no, it wasn't 600, it was 500. Damn, man. This guy is quiet. So quiet. But this is what it's like. Like, expect to do this 1 hour at a time in Sonar for 6 hours. Yeah, this is what it's like. And a lot of times, in reality, because you're not always on mission, you know, you'll see the merchants and stuff, and you kind of don't care. You just verify, yeah, it's a merchant. But whenever you're looking for a submarine, you'll have the operator doing this. You'll have the O&I rider over your right-hand shoulder. You'll have the sonar supervisor over the left. And the XO, or the WEPS, keeps poking his head in going, how's it going, Sonar? Everybody awake in here? Because we ain't got no contacts in fire control yet. And, you know, you just got to tune that out. You got to stay focused. I do keep seeing some hits right here, and that's 600 hertz. You think this guy's going fast? Well, it went away. Yeah. All right, let's change our bearing a little bit. Now I'm now looking 110. We're looking more and more towards the bow. Okay, no. Yep, still nothing there. Let's take a look. Let's look directly south. So the beam of the towed array is your best bearing in terms of bearing accuracy. It's the most narrow bearing beam. So we're doing a very discriminatory search in this direction. If there's no contact, it won't matter, which there's not. But I did this for years underway. 20 years in the Navy, sea counters at 13 years. Obviously not every day is underway when you're on a boat, but out of 13 years of a sea counter, I probably did somewhere close to 7 years actually underway. It was close to 50%. On the Trident, it was a lot less than 50%, but I did most of my time on fast attacks, which is well over 50%. So I really don't know the exact number. That's just my best guess. But imagine doing this over a 2-decade period for 7 years. And if you're going to be a sonar tech, you got to really get down with this. You got to enjoy this. Because you're not just looking at noise. You have to know the process that's happening with the arrays as well. That helps keep your mind focused. At least it did for me. I know what this towed array is looking. I know how it's making these little white and green dots. Okay, it's fast Fourier transfer, which is like the FFT, which is the like the waterfall itself, and then the vernier is very important too. That's how wide. Like why is this dot as wide as it is? Well, that's called a vernier on your display. And whenever you go to this, the verniers are much. There's more information in each bin of your vernier. Right. So it's not as good, in my opinion. It's not as discriminate. I like to get zoomed in. You can think of it as a zoom, but be careful with that. For our purposes, I'll call it a zoom. We're zooming out in frequency, looking all the way up to 3600 hertz. Then we're looking max zoom all the way, 0 to 1200. Every sonar tech out there, having me call this a zoom is having a conniption right now. But just understand that we're teaching people how to play a sim, and I'm trying to use language that is common. And God bless America, I can't find the submarine. People have done this. Why can't I do this? I'm good at this shit. Why not this, though? The irony is hilarious. Yeah. They're like, this guy's not good at all. I'm like, I know. I'm not really proving my point, am I? Son of a gun. Wave Ops, you mock me. You cast me out. Oh, what's that? 135. We have a hit bearing 135. Oh my God. Get on 135 right now. Look at the TB29 bearing 135. Ooh, what? That's way too high in frequency. And the operator. Oh, go back to the broadband. What the hell was I looking at? I was right there. I see that. That's a thing. Obviously, the computer operators didn't see it. And you know what? They're saying towed array is not stable yet either. Those are the heading markers for the towed arrays right there. And that's the actual bow array. But it's stable enough for us to get information. That's my point. Oh, so the towed array stabilization time is that's accurate. That's really good. Okay. Good job, Wave Ops. Good job. Good job. Well done. This gives you an idea how long it takes for those noodles behind us to get in line. You don't have to wait for them to be perfect either. What's that? What is that? That's 600 hertz bearing 137. Put a tracker on that. 137 right now, you silly goose. 137. Put a fucking tracker on it. There's nothing on broadband. Can I track on narrowband? Let me assign the flipping tracker. Oh no. Where'd it go? Okay, I strongly believe the contact bears 135 or the ambiguous bearing. And if it's the ambiguous bearing, he's going to be going away from us. So what is the ambiguous bearing? Let's calculate it. We're going 090. So what is 45 degrees minus, or 90 minus 45? It's 45. So he's either 045 or he's 135. He's one of those two bearings. That is him. Holy smokes. Okay, we found him. Ha! I did it. Right here. Tracker. Right here. Assign them. Motherfucker. He's right there. I think we're driving in front of him. Okay. Move it down. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. I think we're driving in front of him. He's drawing aft on the towed array right now. Oh, come on. Come back. Come back. Come back. Come back. Come back. Come back. Oh, he's right there. I know he's there. Get the tube ready. Open the door. Tube 1, Mark 48. We're probably going to have to shoot on a generated bearing. 1200. I'm just doing some presets for the weapon. It's going to be a submarine contact. Your run depth is going to be 400 feet. Your search depth is going to be 400 feet. Update these presets. Active, straight, homing, bearing 137. I just need a bearing to fire control now. It's all I need. Give me a... Oh, what's that? That's the echo. No. And it's wrong. It threw me way the hell off. I need Sierra 1. I'm confident that he's bearing like 140. I'm going to dig this guy out. I'm going to drag him onto my display, assign a tracker, and shoot him with 1 Mark 48. I know he's there. Oh my God. All right. Hold. If he's high bearing rate, he may be going behind us right now. Okay, I might have drove in front of him like I said I was. He was either going to drive in front of us or we were going to drive in front of him. Those were our two choices. Both are not good for towed array, by the way. Damn, that's a signal right there. That's him, 155. We are driving in front of him. Sonar, put a tracker on him. He's right there. You don't see him on broadband. I can mark the bearing. Maybe I can do that. Oh, you know what? I'm going to work with it. I'm going to manually, oh boy. I'm just going to use this bearing. I'm going to set Sierra 1. His range is like 2,000 yards. He's right on top of us. Oh my God, how many yards is that? Okay. His course is north. So I was doing karate again, sorry. He's only doing 5 knots, 10 knots? I don't know. I don't know. Either way, I'm going to apply that. We're just going to snapshot this bearing, shoot that. Apply it to the weapon. Open outer door. Oh, crap. Apply it to the weapon. Tube 2. Now it's assigned. Update presets. Why are these presets? Oh, those are good. Those are good. Okay. Arm. Shoot the training weapon. Now, what you could do, and I've seen this in real life, so don't get upset. You can shoot on the ambiguous bearing if you don't know. We have 2 weapons. I could shoot one at 150 where he's at, or I could shoot the ambiguous bearing, which would be like 030. You know, up that way too. And you'll get a hit and a miss. But you'll get a hit. And man, I'll take it. I'll take the hit. Anyway, let's see what happens here. Okay, weapons running normally. Okay, there we go. That's torpedo ejection. Wire clearance maneuver. Weapon is running towards the bearing of Sierra 1. Excellent. Once it merges on the bearing, I'm going to enable the sensor manually. I believe this guy is close. One 153. We're doing 5 knots, right? Okay. Let's go back to fire control. Oh, yeah, shit. Enable. Okay, it's searching right now. I want you to go to search mode, active sonar, enable. It's searching right now. And let's change it to snake. Oh my God, I think it's locked onto something. What's going on? It's supposed to be doing a straight line search, but it found something. It still says search. I don't know why the torpedo changed course. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and send it into snake search because that's what I wanted. Snake search, update presets. Ah, CR2. Yay, new contact. That's probably him evading. Oh, it's our weapon. Oh, well, here's CR3. What's going on, Sonar? What you guys doing over there? 180. Our torpedo's going after something. I'm a little concerned. What the hell's over there? All right, so yeah, CR2's our weapon. Huh. I'm going to let it search. I can always go back and look to the north. Let's see if our weapon actually sees anything. Weapon. Here we go. Our weapon is in search mode. It does not see a target. Okay. So I'm going to call that a miss, but we're not going to give up on the weapon. I'm going to go back, make sure we're doing 5 knots. We're at 900 feet. Let's go back to sonar. Let's go back to narrowband and let's find this guy. There's a torpedo, folks. Look at that. You see on your narrowband display, you put the floaties on. Yeah, you go and you get in the escape hatch. Yeah, because that's a Mark 48. You ain't dodging that. You think you're dodging? You're not dodging that. Look at that. That's terrifying. Holy smokes. Like, I can't look at that. I'm going to get, I see this shit in my nightmares. No. You know what? No. Ah, that's how you make a torpedo go away. Successfully evaded the torpedo by turning down the gain on sonar. Now, check this out. Notice how the target did not evade. He didn't launch countermeasures. He didn't do anything to make noise. Oh, yeah. Let's go to the ambiguous bearing that I was talking about, like 030, 040. And you'll notice you'll have the same tonals over here because it's the ambiguous side of the same beam. Well, our weapon's fading right as soon as I try to demonstrate that. Shoot. Oh, also, take a look at this. Ah, there we go. So what's that bearing? 170. So the other bearing would be like 120. Yeah. So if I look to the north, I see a torpedo as well. It has the same beam. It's the same. Imagine a cone, a 3-dimensional cone. If you're looking at one side of the cone, you're also looking at the other because it's all the same cone. Yeah. That probably doesn't make any sense, but it's the best way I could describe it to you. Yeah, we missed. We straight up missed. Damn it. This mission kicks my butt. The people who have done this mission said to stay at periscope depth, which is why I wrestled with coming down to 900 feet. But I came down to 900 feet because that's where the sound's at. Yeah, that's where the sound's at. Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. Well, oh, what's going on with what? Hold up. What the hell's the torpedo doing? Oh, no. No. Why is it doing this? I was not... Oh, no. Free account. It says, please don't forget to hit the like button. Oh, thank you, free account. Thank you for the super chat, too. I appreciate that. Yeah. You guys like how I evade torpedoes? Yeah. Or not evade. This torpedo just turned right around on us. That's our weapon. That's the alert you're hearing. I wonder if the automated crewman on fire control updated the weapon solution, and that's why it's going right in on Sierra 1. I'm going to let this play out. It should not hit us. If this was a war shot, I would shut this thing down immediately. But because it's a training shot, and I've only got 2 of these, it's possible our target is north of our position by this point. Yeah, you see how it's lined up right on Sierra 1? What I think happened, because Fire Control still has control over the solution for Sierra 1, is that he updated the solution and then also updated the weapon. That's his responsibility. Yep. What's funny is the weapon should see us and it doesn't. Or it's ignoring us. And it would be accurate for it to ignore us. Well, that's not true. Scratch that. There's other things involved that are not in the game that will prevent this from happening. I'll just leave that right there. If you know, you know. There's probably people in the chat that know what I'm talking about. But I'm going to let this play out because it's a video game. Yeah, and so even though the weapon is in search mode, Fire Control keeps steering it onto Sierra 1, that's good. That's what we want Fire Control to do. But we also want Sierra 1 to be an actual contact. I thought it was... Uh-oh. Hold up. Oh, shit. You motherfucker. Fire Control, please save us. Fire Control, hit the disable button. I want you to pay attention to this sound. Because this is what it's like being off the coast of another country that you're not supposed to be there on, and that fucking Utiloy's coming right at you, and it gave me nightmares for years, because I had to report this every time it updated, and it was getting louder and closer, and it was my first mission, and I was terrified. Oh, I can't listen to that anymore. I can't do it. I'm sorry. Whew. Okay. He's back on target. Good job, Fire Control, saving us and everything and all that. All right, let's change Sierra 1. Speed's 10 knots. Course is north. Yep. Uh-oh. I didn't expect that to happen. His bearing is, we're going to go with 340. Well, thank you for sharing in my trauma there for just a moment. I'm not sure what happened. Let's go back and take a look at the weapon. Where's my torpedo at? Okay, it's going through our baffles. Let's take a look at that on Sonar so you guys get an idea of what that's at. This torpedo should have came back into broadband detection range. It did, yeah. There's our weapon coming back at us. That is a torpedo going into the baffles, folks. Holy crap. That's the last thing you see before you explode. Man. Thank you for the trauma. Oh my God. Yeah. If you see that, it's too late. You're dead. All right, so we do have a good broadband down to 180. I still think it's the weapon. But we can verify that by looking at bearing 180. Oh, wait a second. Hold up, wait a minute. Who the hell's down at 180 if it's not our weapon? Who's this? Oh, it is our weapon. There he is. Yeah, the game seems to be very black and white. You either have the contact or you don't. Like, that didn't fade in at all. Yeah. Yeah, that's Torpedo. Look at all those lines right there. So what you're looking at here is relative blade rate. And then all of its harmonics, because it's just, it's resonating. Yeah. And what you have in there, you have one shaft with multiple blades in a propulsor type configuration. And you get the difference between the two different blades. I'm going to stop there. Yeah, I'm going to stop there. But that's why we're seeing two lines and then all of its harmonics. Fucking Daryl just had a heart attack. I'm sorry, Daryl. Get out of the van. Go get some fresh air, buddy. Oh, but this is a great example of the ambiguous bearings I was talking about. This contact is this contact. We're looking, the same towed array beam is looking this direction and that one. Yep, that's going to confuse the hell out of everybody until you guys get used to how it processes. And I don't know, like, you can visually show someone how this works it's hard to describe with words, how the towed array processes bearings. You have to Google like an image of a beamform TB23, TB16, TB34, choose your towed array. And maybe that's public. I don't know. I'm sure it is. Why? What's going on? What? Did I lose the... I'm on lab. Duh. I was on the wrong array. All right, let's find out where our torpedo is. Oh, there he goes. There goes my torpedo. Watch him as he goes. All right, so now our torpedo is now looking up to the north in case our, target went by him. Uh-oh. Went by us, sorry. Okay, so he's still in snake search, looking left, looking right. Oof. Man, I'm pretty certain I had 600 hertz. But clearly we did not hit the target in the direction I was looking. What I don't want, we don't want the fire controlman to update the torpedo. Again, we're about to run out of wire. We're about to run out of the ability to update the torpedo. So let's secure Sierra 1 and Weapon 1. Okay. Tubes. Yeah, stop updating the tubes. Stop assigning solutions. Oh, holy smokes. I can do it here? Oh, we got to try that. I didn't know that they had that in the game. Oh my God. I don't have to do it manually. I can just do that. Okay. Oh man, if I could one-click fire point procedures, we're good. Never miss again. Never what? Never miss again. All right. Yeah, I'm going to let that torpedo go off into the ether, off to the north. I just don't want it turned around coming back at us because you only have so much wire. Your wire is about half the torpedo's actual range. So the second half on a very long shot, the torpedo's on its own. And if it sees you, well, guess what's coming back? Yeah. So, but with it already being halfway away from you, it shouldn't have enough fuel to come all the way back unless you've been driving towards it the whole time, which you shouldn't be doing that anyway, right? That's kind of the thinking behind that. Plus that wire's really heavy. You don't want to have more than you need, All right. So yeah, there's no contact up there. Let's read some chat. I haven't read chat in 3 hours. People are bailing on me. They're like, this guy won't read my comment. Yeah. Sorry. Captain Rex here. How's it going, Captain? All right. Saw your 120-day underway water interview. Tales from the cockpit. You did great. Oh, thank you, Zarthal. Yeah, I was a little nervous about that, but I got a lot of positive comments. People want to see more, but I assure you, you probably don't. I was thinking about that. I was like, wow, if that podcast went so well, maybe I should do another one. But I think the answer is don't. If you guys want to see a podcast of my stories, go watch that one, the 10% podcast. Because all I would do is tell those same stories on a different person's YouTube channel. I don't mind doing that, but it's not going to be new material. It's like going to see a comic or a band. A band's a bad example. Jokes are funny the first time you hear them, more funny. And so when you go see a comic, it's pretty good. You go see the same comic on a second show, you may still enjoy the experience, but the actual joke is not as funny. And that's the same way with doing interviews and podcasts. When you're talking about events that happened 30 years ago, is that event happened 30 years ago and it's not going to change. That story is the same, So I really enjoyed I was honored to even be asked to be on a podcast. That was nice. That hasn't happened in like 10 years. We were on a podcast about 8 or 9 years ago called the Tom and Dan podcast. Those knuckleheads are hilarious, by the way. If you want to see something funny, they're on Twitch. Yeah, they stream their show on Twitch. And it's called Tom and Dan Podcast. A Mediocre Time with Tom and Dan, I think it's called. Those guys are great. I definitely do them again just because I've done them before and they're pretty funny. I like those two knuckleheads. But yeah, so yeah, definitely you do it. The guy's name is Steve, the guy that runs the interviews. And, oh, I got to get back to him too. He sent me an email and I forgot about it. Shoot. Write that down. Hold up. Wait a minute. Where's my thing at? Make a note to self. I got to email Steve back. He asked me a question. I never got it back to him. Sorry, Steve, if you're watching. It's been a little busy, as you might imagine. Email Steve-O. All right, that's some homework for me after the... Oh, hey, what's our weapon doing? Fire control? What have you done? Why'd it turn around again? No, no, no. Uh-oh. Oh, we lost the wire. Oh. All right. Listen up, folks. We're about to go to torpedo evasion, but I cannot do it with the towed arrays extended. We're going to retract. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This might take a minute. Please hurry up. Please hurry up. The torpedo doesn't see us yet, but it's coming back down in our direction, and it has plenty of fuel to get to where we are. Come on. At 2/3, we're going to start walking away from it. You can only retract these towed arrays one at a time. I'm doing the long one first. We're coming up to 10 knots as we do it. Reel that sumbitch in. We're about to go torpedo evasion. Okay, retract. Oh, it says retracting. Good, 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 good. Okay. Oh, torpedo evasion. Now, technically, I would call torpedo evasion and do this, but... oh my God, we have no decoys. Well, shit. Okay. Retract it faster. Retract it faster. Okay. Torpedo evasion. Head flight cavitate. Come right, steer course 120. Uno, dos, zero. We are going to try and run the hell away from our torpedo. And I'm going to play this out because I think the torpedo may, despite our best efforts, may still see us. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing? That's backwards. Okay, now we're just looking at hull arrays. This is the lab array on the bow. This is the lab array in lower update rate. Ooh. All right, that's our new stern marker. Let's turn off narrowband update. We don't need this anymore. Let's go to the chart so you guys can imagine what we're doing here. There we go. Okay, so the submarine that was down by Point Uniform went by us at some point. We may have never seen it. I don't know. I think I did see it for a short time. I knew that would be my only chance to shoot it, so I took a shot, missed, steered the weapon, fire control did, back to the north, looked for it in case it had passed us to the north as we expected it to do, missed a second time. Our wire ran out. There's less than half a fuel tank of fuel in that torpedo at this point when the wire runs out, but it still has half a fuel tank of fuel. And so all it has to do is come back. Well, last bearing we had was it coming back to the southwest. I'm turning 90 degrees away from that southwest direction and getting the hell out of Dodge. Did I set the mood lighting? I did. Right? Yeah, we're good. We're good. I thought maybe the mood lighting was wrong, but no, it's fine. All right, so what are we doing now? We're doing 35 knots at 900 feet, having a good old time, running from our own weapon, and I got to talk to the chop as to why we don't have any countermeasures on board. We should have a couple. How are you going to do a war game with evasion with no countermeasures? We're about to die from a training shot. Yeah. How do you not keep having no decoys? I don't know. I think somebody might be selling them on eBay. That's what I think is happening. Have you missed much? No. Everything went swimmingly well, sir. Swimmingly well. Yep. Didn't miss nothing. Kind of boring, actually. Yep, a little bit boring. Now, our Torpedo, on the other hand, he missed the submarine. That happened. Want to buy U.S. military sonar decoy? Yeah, right? Exactly, Somkin. If you search eBay right now, I bet you find, oh my God, what do they call it? I forget the number of it. It might be on the screen here. Let me check. Let's see if it's got the military name. I mean, it's a Mark III and a Mark IV. It's an ADC, Mark III, Mark IV. Yeah, someone, just for giggles, if you don't mind, going on to eBay and look for a ADC Mark III, MK3. It's ADC space MK3. You can also put an MK4 in there, and they could do a decoy, masker, jammer. All those keywords would probably apply depending on the version you're looking for. Yeah. See if somebody's, that'd be kind of funny if somebody's on eBay. Also highly illegal. Yeah. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah. If you find one, report that shit. Yeah. Oh my God. Like, we did have towed array contact, but that was our weapon. That was always the weapon. It did fool me for a while. I thought maybe we actually had him. Oh, it's too bad. Man, we missed twice. Or 3 times now, son of a gun. This is the 3rd time I've tried this mission and I keep failing it. Oh, it's so bad. And like, when you look at the SSP, I don't know where else we could have gone. I mean, we'll see in the debrief what's going on. I saw somebody said something about 400 feet. The ADC Mark III is a record stylus? Are you kidding me? Okay. Well, don't report that. That's not what I was talking about. No matches on eBay. Thank you for checking there, Dresser. Yeah. That would have been kind of awkward if you had actually found one, because then we would have to, like, fucking deal with it. Yeah. Good job, Navy people in the supply chain, not selling stuff illegally on eBay. Unlike the Army guy, or was it Marine Corps? It might have been a Marine Corps enlisted guy was running a supply depot somewhere in one of the California bases. Might have been Arizona too, somewhere out west. And I don't know why or how, but apparently he was selling, not necessarily on eBay, selling stuff out of the armory. Like weapons. Yeah. I don't know anything else about that story because I read the headline and I laughed my ass off. I couldn't finish reading it. I was like, that is probably the dumbest motherfucker in the U.S. military. But the fact that he did it for a period of at least months, it might have been longer, I didn't read the story, and got away with it to a certain extent, right? Is nobody doing a count? Like, I worked in an armory for about 4 months while I was on shore duty because 9/11 had happened, and so we all got reassigned to different roles for security force reasons. Anyway, you don't want to know about that. But every time I took over the armory, we inventoried every bullet, every magazine, every pistol, shotgun. We had weapons. We had the Mark 48 machine gun. We had to inventory all those visually. Me and the guy I was relieving together sign off on it, and then 2-person control on the inside the armory for our entire shift, which was 12 hours. And then when the other guy came on, they would count it. I'd give them the form. They would sign off on it, and I was allowed to go home. So your 12-hour shift ended up being closer to 13, almost 14 hours because you had to get there early for the inventory and inventory all this stuff and then do it again at the end of your shift. Yeah, long-ass days. Apparently none of that shit was happening with that guy running the inventory. I'm pretty sure it was Marine Corps. Yeah, I hate to throw the Marines under the bus, but I remember it being the Marine Corps story. Yeah, does anyone know what I'm talking about? Yeah, the Mark 48 was your poppy. Yeah. What's funny is the Mark 48 is also the name of the weapon, or the torpedo, but it's also a machine gun. I don't know if it's a light machine gun. It doesn't feel light at all. It's kind of heavy, but it might technically be a light machine gun. Yeah. Just a matter of making sure the paperwork is in order. Yeah, I'm sure he was gun decking the paperwork. Yeah, and I guess he thought he could get away with it. And then also, who is buying this stuff? Go get that guy. It was probably, obviously criminals, but I was going to say like drug gangs or something, right? Yeah. Could you imagine buying like an AT-4 anti-tank rocket? Oh my God. Yeah. I'm not saying that's what he sold, but I could imagine that happening. That'd be a fun day at the range. You'd get kicked off so fast, but it'd be after you had your fun. You'd be like, I'm leaving now because the thing's on fire. You fired your AT-4 on an indoor range, pistol range. Yeah. 200 or 25 yards that way, the wall's on fire. Everybody's deaf. You're just waving. Yeah. Let's see. Big Bang Theory says the UK has a surplus of Russian sonar buoys. Really? They fell out of an airplane? Russian sonar buoys fell out of a Russian airplane? That's hilarious. You know a guy. Oh my God. The Russians sell anything and everything. Yeah, they've always been corrupt. Well, look at the American, but the thing with the, well, from what I remember at the end of the Cold War and the transition to what became Russia today is there was a lot of corruption in the supply chain, as there had always been, but it had become like industrialized to the point to where it was expected. And the people that suffered the most were the people at the bottom of the supply chain. They didn't have their equipment, essentially. And it was all the officers and even senior enlisted selling anything that they could and get away with it, from fuel to anything, And that all got exposed publicly whenever they started the Ukraine war years ago, because they didn't have any of what the paperwork said that they had. Like fuel to get to Kyiv, They didn't even bring food with them. It was so dumb. Yeah. Oh, you still got some blanks? Yeah, 40 millimeter chalk rounds. Oh, wow, that'd be fun. Yeah, I kind of enjoy that. All right, well, we're going to go turn ourselves into the Admiral here for probably court-martial for completely jacking up this mission. Once again, I failed the campaign mission. That's like a whole topic over on certain Discords. They're like, he can't even do the first mission. Technically true. Did I ever see him? No, I never did. Oh, let's watch the replay. I almost forgot about this part. Ooh, okay. You guys can see that, right? All right. So our target was south of us, as he always is. So I'm just going to assume that's always the case. That's him right there. Let's turn off sensor data. I'll do one without sensor data so we can see what really happened. I don't care about all these other submarines because we'd never had them. I don't think. I did have a 600 hertz for sure. Like, I honestly believe that. I wasn't making that up. Oh. Our turn. Okay. Man. What? That was him, and I shot him. What's his range right there? That's his real position. That was a great shot. Holy crap. How did that miss? Oh my God. He's doing his snake search. The torpedo's not seeing him. It saw him right there. It hit him. That was a hit. Oh, and that's when we saw it turn around. We got a hit. Yay, finally. Oh my God. Okay. I don't feel nearly as bad now. So I was not hallucinating. We saw 600 hertz and we shot him and we got a hit. The weapon should have shut down right there. I don't know why it didn't. Maybe because it missed, but it certainly hit. Okay. Now let's turn off that. Let's turn on sensor data. So this was my manually generated target based on my 600 hertz. Let's compare that to true. He's actually down here. So not great. I'll accept that. I shoot Sierra 1, and then this is where I turn him into snake search. I think actually fire control made this turn. I wasn't sure why he did that, but I definitely enabled snake search at some point. Yeah, and there he is snaking, snake searching, locks on, goes right to him. That's a hit. Did we not get credit for the hit? I know this is a two-part mission. Like after you hit the submarine, you got to go to a transit point that we never went to, but I'm not sure how this thing scores the hit. I definitely failed the mission. It says it right there. Okay. Well, we did it. We did the first part. All right. So next time, I'm just going to make sure that we actually transit down to the point we're supposed to transit down to, because that's like, it's between these two islands. It's a long ways. Like you got to go into time compression, hope the game doesn't crash or something weird happen. For me, the game's never really crashed. It just begins acting kind of funky in time compression. So, but that's a long ways. That'll take us 45 minutes of real time in time compression to get all the way down here. I kind of wish they wouldn't do that for these, but I get it. These are not scripted for streams. These are scripted to be realistic, and real, events like this take days. So, but I think there's supposed to be like something down here we got to do. But at least I'm confident that we can at least find the submarine and put a weapon on it, because we did. The debrief confirms we did that. Awesome. All right. What do you say we get up and stretch? Let's get up and stretch a little bit. Let's see. Somebody says, Noodle in a Cup says, one famous story out our entire tank regiment, a pile of floor of actual explosive elements out in the boxes, thousands of it, like waist high, about enough to maybe a plank. Oh, did they leave them in the field or something? Oh, reactive armor. Okay. I only caught the tail end of your conversation. Wow. Sweet. Oh, yeah, there's the link. For those of you that want to support the stream, that's a link that goes directly to our Microsoft MSN page. And liking any video, watching any video over there pays Subbrief directly. So you don't have to spend bits if you don't want to. I appreciate the super chats, but for people that may not have $1 right now, which I completely understand, that's a way to give Subbrief $1. It's like $1 per view is how the math works out. It's pretty good pay rate for a streamer. Let me tell you what. So you guys go watch one video, 20 videos. Imagine you're paying me $1. That's about what it is. So, I'll be right back. We're going to go stretch the legs, maybe drain the vein, have some fun. I got a full cup of coffee. I don't have an excuse for coffee now, but, I don't want to sit for hours without moving. Okay. Trying to be healthy. We'll be right back. Okay. Don't go anywhere. Hey, what? Oh, Nightbot's on. Okay. I was just thinking didn't know what bot was doing that. You know what's funny about that is I don't have Nightbot on right now. So somebody must have it on, probably one of the mods. Anywho, ooh, pardon me, I'm a little winded. I'll be going up and down the stairs. Got some exercise. Ooh, I'm gonna catch my breath. Let's do one of these missions. I don't think we've done Grey Fleet ever. So this single mission is, the description is North Korea is violating UN resolutions. So the White House and our allies are going to push harder, but we need proof that they're violating these sanctions. So my Virginia-class submarine, our Virginia-class submarine, is tasked to gather intelligence, excuse me, on a few of the offshore oil transfer super tankers. So 2 super tankers are going to meet. One of them is from India, and it's going to meet a small flotilla of small cargo tankers. So you have like a mothership tanker, and small tankers are going to come up and I guess, get close to it, do ship-to-ship transfers. That's a very real thing that happens. All right, so, and our mission is to observe and report. Maybe even sink. Maybe I'll sink it. I don't know. Let's go do that mission. Sorry if I'm breathing hard into the mic. I just went up and down 2 flights of stairs. So I'm not as young as I used to be. All right. Oh, Chris. Yeah, Chris is here. He was here for the hurricane stream. I remember Chris. How you doing, buddy? All right, let's set up our displays, and then we're going to get right into it. That display is actually good. Let's do this one to time bearing. Are we on the surface? No, we're at 150 feet. Good, good. Let's see what kind of weapons we have. We have 10 Mark 48s plus 2 in the tubes. Same with harpoons. Excellent. Let's go ahead and prepare. Make ready all 4 tubes. We're not going to flood them or nothing. I just want to make sure the A cable is connected so we can send data to the weapon if we need to. Because if that's not working properly, you want to know before you you want to use the weapon, right? And now let's, fathometer. Let's change this to feet and turn it on. See how kind of water depth we're in. We're at 150 feet. We are headed 320, so northwest. 11,000 feet below us. Plenty of deep water. Yay. Let's take a look at our SSP. Excellent. Layers at 7.5 feet. So we're gonna treat this as a 2 boundary search. We're gonna assume no noise whatsoever gets through the layer. That's what we're gonna assume. So we're gonna always have to search both sides of the layer. Our targets are surface targets, so clearly we're just gonna be on the top side of that layer for that part of the search. I don't expect there to be any submarines unless we're briefed otherwise. I don't have a direction of a threat right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ray trace out in the direction we're actually driving just to see what kind of environment we're in. And it looks like a bottom bounce environment. And that's not a CZ. What's causing that? Oh, that's wild. I don't know if I've seen that before. I probably have, I just don't remember, but yeah. Oh, it's CZ. Okay, yeah. I've definitely seen that. Okay. Huh. If you don't know what CZ is, that's fine. We can talk about that later. Most important thing right now is getting the periscope depth and copying the broadcast. We don't have any sonar contacts, but let's go ahead and sign our auto crew. All right, we got fire control manned. Let's give him someone to help manage contacts with. Okay. We'll leave it manned ESM because I will be dependent on ESM for today's mission. Whoops. There we go. Okay. And with no sonar contacts, I assume, let's just say we just cleared the baffles. So we don't need to do that twice. Let's come on up and make our depth 4 feet. Yep. And let's get on the periscope. Oh, let's raise all masted antennas. Well, not all. Let's raise the... Oh, God. Photonic mast. Let's see. Oh, yeah, Charles knows what CZ means for sure. Captain Rick says he never shot a pistol more accurately at a range than the Czech 75. What? Yeah, the P229 is not for everyone, that's for sure. I agree with that. But now, is your CZ75, is that the Czechoslovakian 75 pistol from like 1975? Is that literally what you're saying? Because that's what I'm reading. How often did that thing jam? Oh, thank you, Kermit, for putting $1 in the bin. Yeah. I try not to spam that link very often. I think it comes around every 55 minutes, so basically once an hour. And I'll try to only mention it like once on the stream, because I don't want you guys to get exhausted of that. It's just once I realized that was an alternative way for anyone in chat to basically donate $1 without spending a dime, I was like, that's a free money glitch is what that is. So thank you. Yeah. If you guys do that 1,000,000 times, I can buy a new video card. Those things are expensive. I was looking at the new, I was building an editing PC with a 5090. Yeah, a 5090, which is like the best video card right now I could get. And it was over $8,000. And I was like, I'm not spending $8,000 on a PC, no matter what it does. I'm not doing that. That's ridiculous. All right, so as we're coming up, you can see the bottom of the waves. This is a good time to kind of look left and right. I have the photonics mass aimed up a little bit, about 10 degrees. Well, it says 2 degrees here. Okay, we're about to break the surface here. All right, we're breaking it. Scope's being slapped. Looking for any obvious contacts. Like, I'm not looking on the horizon for a dot. I'm looking for a big ship that's about to hit us. Oh, right as I said that, I thought I saw something. Okay, no close contacts. Then I look up in the sky, see if one of Mr. Captain Rex P3s or the P8 or one of his helicopters is about to make my day miserable. All right, no airborne contacts. And then if I had a sonar contact, I would say fire control, put me on the bearing of Sierra, whatever, Sierra 2. With the Virginia class, you have the actual Sierra numbers on your photonics display. So instead of asking fire control, you can just do it yourself. Back in my day, when we didn't have that high-tech stuff, we had to do it ourselves. All right, let's dip the mast, because there's probably radars out there that I'm not detecting. Let's raise the ESM mast, and let's check for any AIS data. And also, let's copy the broadcast. So comm mast 1, sat mast 1, ESM mast, all comes up. And we do have an operator here, so I'm going to let him do his job. I'm not going to babysit him. He should start tracking the AIS contact if there is any. All right, so we do have our tasking order here. Uh-oh. Okay. I expect to see the information. Let's go ahead and do this. Uh-oh. Our tasking order is not populating. I'll give it a second here. Oh, let's see here. Oh, crap. I think I missed his answer. Sorry, Captain Wrecked. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Captain Wrecked was on AWACS. I know that. Yeah. I knew that. Yeah, he doesn't do the low-flying aircraft. He does the AWACS at 30,000 feet aircraft. He thinks I forgot. All right, I'm just curious. Did it at least give me a waypoint? The message isn't populating any text. Okay, it literally just gave me... The text should say, hey, go check your chart. You know, it should say something, right? That's whatever. It's fine. Okay. We did get the tasking waypoint, despite not having any text right here to do anything. Yeah, okay. It's fine. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. I'm not complaining. I'm just... Oh, crap. Sorry. Just trying to set expectations. That's all. Who's this chucklehead? All right, so we got an ESM contact in the direction that we need to go. This is a active emitter array bearing 266. The frequency is 0.003 gigahertz. Let's write that down. Gigahertz bearing, bearing again, 265. All right, I'm gonna start classifying radars like I do sonars. All right, so that guy should be on the plot. Why is he not here? Oh, he's not an AIS contact, that's why. Okay. Like, I want to track him. I want to put Echo 1 on the plot. It probably already is, so let me just go check that. Yeah, it is. It's right there. Okay, they basically put it on, 1 mile from own ship. Who knows? All right, so we're going to go to this meeting point and we're going to observe. So we're going to do like a high-speed run over there. Let's go ahead and lower all masts and antennas. And let's do a quick drill. Let's do emergency deep. Let's also come to course 270. That's the general heading we want to go to. So we want a little quick drill on control. Before you do something like that, you got to ring up the captain, be like, Captain, request permission to run a drill on the ship's control party. Plan to execute a emergency deep for training. And it's funny, they're standing sitting right there as you're getting permission to do it. So the guys on the sticks know what's coming. It's not a surprise to anybody. But everyone, it's just a matter of going through your required actions. And what should happen is we should come down to 155 feet and 10 knots. Yeah, 10 knots right there. Yeah. I'm curious to see if they slow back down to 5 knots. Let's wait and see. I'm not sure what procedure they're using, so let's just see what the game uses so we know what the game will do whenever we hit the emergency deep button from now on. It may stay at 10 knots. I don't know. Let's see. Who is this? Captain says, I'd love the 98 Mauser pistol. Yeah, you guys have fired way more firearms than I did. I shot the Beretta 9mm called the M9, which I'm told the Navy doesn't even use anymore. It was a good pistol. I don't know why they don't use it. It shoots a 9mm slug accurately at about 25 yards, maybe 50. Yeah. 50 is probably pushing it. And then what else did I shoot? We shot the M16A2, and I think it was the A3 when I left the Navy. They had started using the M4s in the Navy, at least not in the submarine force. I'm told they use them now, which would make sense because it's a carbine, right? Shorter barrel. It makes sense to use that. Now you don't want to use the long barrel, but that's what we did. And then we used the Mausberg. I always wanted to call it the Mooseberg. It's a shotgun, but I don't think it's pronounced Mooseberg. I think it's literally Mausberg. And I want to say Mausberg 700. I hope I'm probably not getting the number right. But it's basically a shotgun. I think it held 6 in the tube. It might have been 5 in the tube and 1 in the chamber. Yeah, and the big thing with the shotgun is we had to learn how to combat load it, which is where with the pump, the slide, all the way back towards you, it opens up the ejection port, and you can pop a shotgun shell into the ejection port and put the slide forward, chambering that round. And that also opens up the tube that holds the reloads. And so with a round in the chamber, you can load the weapon as you're pointing it at the target or whatever. You had to learn how to do that. And that kind of made sense to me. You know, for like home defense, you know, that's how I would use my shotgun for home defense if I had one. Mossberg, thank you. Probably the 590, thank you. Yeah, I don't remember the numbers. I'm not a weapons guy at all, and my memory is crap. Like, it's embarrassing how much I forgot. Yeah, I forgot a lot. I keep getting called out on it too whenever I make a mistake. People are like, that's not how that happened. I'm like, oh, yeah. Something that's interesting too is you can have an event that happened, say, an hour ago where everybody has fresh in their mind what happened. And 2 people at the same event would have 2 different perspectives of what happened. And, you know, the overall event would be the same. But because you have 2 people experiencing it from 2 points of view, the same event could be described a little bit different from both perspectives. I've learned that talking to my old Navy buddies that we did stuff together with, and they remember things that I didn't even know happened. I have no recollection of. And then I say stuff and they're like, is that how that happened? I'm like, that's how I remember it. It's really weird when you get older, talk to your old buddies, whether it's from high school or whatever, remembering an old football game or the prom or whatever, but something that happened a long time ago. And it's shocking to me how we were both there. We remember seeing each other because we did the same thing, but we have 2 completely different descriptions of how things went. Yeah. Oh, the joys of getting old. Yeah. Anyway. As long as it's entertaining, yeah. It must, above all, be entertaining. And then at least 10% true. Yeah, that's the standard. Yep. Oh, crap. All right, I guess we got to do a high-speed run to the west. I'm not very good at this voyage management thing, but I'm going to give it a shot. Oh, that's not it at all. Hold up, get rid of that. This looks like shallow water right here. I can see us running aground right there. Ugh. Yeah. Let's come up here. Okay, let's no route loaded. Okay, I want to make a waypoint. Oh, that's not how you do it either. All right. New route. I'm gonna call this 1. And I'm gonna click the map. That's not gonna work. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Aha. Well, that didn't work at all. Oh, you got to click save. Okay, so our speed here is going to be 25 knots. Depth is going to be 900 feet. There we go. Waypoint 2. Same thing. Oh, shit. Go back, go back. Let's delete that one. All right, save that one. Okay. All right. Okay. Delete it. Ah, crap. I have no idea what I'm doing. All right, I'm gonna have to watch a tutorial on how to do that. I have no idea. All I know is 270 is not a safe course. Let's go to 290. I'm gonna go 280. We're gonna skirt the northern edge of this island chain, this atoll area. Like if I bring up my cursor, the deepest or the shallowest the water gets is 8,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 3,000. No, it's 9,000 feet. Okay. So it never comes up above 2,000 feet. So it's really not even a consideration. They did make some changes to the geographic data that they use. We're gonna get into time compression here, and we're gonna read that. Now that I know that this is safe to cross by like 5,000 feet or greater, let's go ahead and make our heading 275 at a head flank. Let's get in that time compression. We're going to stare at the chart while we're in time compression so we can see us making progress here. And I'm going to go to 4 times. Okay, and now I'm going to bring up the notes. And I'm just going to read them to you, not verbatim, but we're going to talk about them. We're in 4 times time compression. It shouldn't take us long to get to where we're going, and I have plenty to talk about between here and there, okay? So this update is 0.118. That's the update we're talking about. If you update the game now, bought the game today, whatever, this is the version you would get if you're watching this live. This will become a YouTube video, so if you're watching this in the future, this may be old data. Okay. The first thing is they updated a lot of localization and running optimization. So the game runs better without as much overhead happening in the background, okay? The way they did that is they updated the Unity engine in which it runs on. This is a Unity game, by the way. The current Unity version that they've migrated to is called Unity 6.3 LTS. And it takes advantage of DirectX 12. DirectX, if I remember correctly, and I'm not a programmer, but it directly accesses DirectX, your hardware for faster compute. Yeah, that used to be a big deal back when we had OpenGL and we had Glide FX. If you go back to the 90s, I'm talking about, that's how video cards would render software in video games, or the 3D model in video games. And then Microsoft, the people who make Windows, integrated into Windows the technology, the ability for people who write software to directly access the hardware. So they remove layers. There's 7 different layers between the user interface and machine code, 7 layers. And you're kind of skipping over some of those layers so that the software that runs around layer 3 or 4 can go right to the hardware layer and back again. It's much faster. That's DirectX in a nutshell. Anyway, so DirectX 12 is integrated into this for Windows-based programs. They're also retaining DirectX 11 for compatibility purposes. So if you're on an older version of Windows that may not use DirectX 12, the game still runs. And it enables ultra quality ray tracing effects. I don't do the ultra quality ray tracing because I like to have good time compression while I'm streaming. The computer's doing more than just playing the game in our situation here. But if you have a good video card, check out the ray tracing. It probably looks amazing. Every time I see ray tracing, I'm blown away by how good it looks. Okay, upscaler support. Upscaling is generating frames per second on your screen, right? It's called, for NVIDIA users like what I use, it's called DLSS. And if you have an AMD video card, it's also supported, but it's called FSR. Just know they've integrated that support for upscaling technologies. Upscaling is the appearance of a higher resolution. VRAM optimization. So every video card has a certain amount of video RAM, right? Every one of us is going to be a little bit different, right? But it optimizes that, and they caught a leak A memory leak's very detrimental to any software, but it's especially detrimental in the video RAM because there's a limited amount of video RAM compared to your system RAM, right? But it looks like they fixed a critical memory leak in the video card memory. That's good. That's good. Okay, Cinemachine upgrade. I don't know what Cinemachine is, but they migrated to Cinemachine to a fully Unity 6 compatible package. See, Reki says DirectX 11 is still more reliable because it's well optimized. I would agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. Right-click on the ECDIS to select autopilot. Click on the checkboxes and turn it on. You'll get a message from the helm. Oh! Charles says nerd. So you calm down, Charles. Long-term support. Somkin, you guys know. Oh, Somkin's our resident IT guy. That's what LTS stands for. Okay. Hey, now long-term support, does that mean it's not the newest version? It's a previous version that is continuing to be supported long-term? Is that what... So, is Unity 6.3 not the latest because it's LTS? Ah, look at me. I'm starting to remember my IT stuff. Ugh, I don't want to remember that. I was not good. I've already told those stories. I don't like telling stories about how bad I was at stuff. I was not... I tried very hard. I tried for 5 years to be an IT guy, and I did it for 5 years without getting fired, to my credit, and the patience of my clients and my manager. God bless the man. He had to put up with me for 5 years for not doing a good job. But I showed up to work every day. I was early. I worked late. I worked weekends without clocking in to make up for my inefficiencies during the week. So every Monday I had a fresh slate. You know, I did a lot of extra stuff to make up for my inefficiencies. Yeah. It's not like I just clocked out on Friday and said, screw it. No, no, no. I tried hard to get good, and I never got good. Anyway. All right, so let's, now the features. This is the part, okay, this is not the part that I am interested in, but we'll talk about it anyway. So they added extra languages. So they now have German, French, Polish, Chinese, and Russian in the game, I guess on the screens or whatever. What's going on? Did I miss something? I'm not seeing my donation alerts. So if I miss a donation, I'm dependent on you guys to like know stuff. I do see that somebody resubscribed. Sniper, thank you for resubscribing. Oh, he's from the Jingles days. Thank you. And Lady Lomax resubbed for 89 months because she's off the chain. I'm just scrolling through the chat to make sure I didn't miss a donation or something. LTS is the current version. Okay. And it's going to be the one that is also supported long-term. Got it. Got it. LTS builds are considered more stable generally as well. Okay. Damn. A bunch of nerds in the chat. You guys are awesome. That, especially if you do it professionally. I have a lot of respect for all IT guys. Yeah. Well, it's a tough job. It doesn't sound tough because everyone makes fun of it. And all the IT guys in movies have attitudes and act like punks. But and there's probably people out there that actually act that way. But man, the job itself is stressful and it kind of sucks. And it's long hours too. You do a lot of stuff after hours as an IT guy. So while everyone's home having fun, you may not be literally in the office, but you're still connected to the office. You know, VPN'd in to update something. Yeah, a lot of after hours work. Anyway, enough bitching about IT. Let's talk about the video game. Okay, so they added all those languages, right? Chinese, Russian, Polish, French, German. New settings options. You can toggle motion blur and underwater blur on off. That's nice. I like having that stuff off. I don't like the blur. Input camera controls. Migrated the new Unity Input Manager and added options to invert the mouse Y look. Oh, I haven't even tried that yet. Maybe we'll try looking up and down. It's inverted now, I guess. Well, and you can I'm sure you can toggle that, but I haven't messed with it. User data migration. Good. So all your save games are still saved. I still haven't got through the first mission, so it wouldn't have mattered if my data didn't get migrated. Yeah, that wouldn't have made any difference. All right. What else we got? Am I looking? I'm looking off to the side. My notes are over here. That's why that's. Oh, I do like the new camera. I think it looks better, or I just look better. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I just look better. I'm gonna take credit for that. All right. Simulation, weapons, advanced weapon control, overhauled weapon depth. Hold on a second. Oh wow. Okay, I didn't even know about this. Advanced weapon control. They've overhauled weapon depth altitude control logic, utilizing real-world PID systems, making torpedoes and guided systems significantly more accurate and lethal. So we should not see, whenever a torpedo is attacking a surface contact on the surface in surfaced mode, it should not pass under the keel without detecting it. That's what I take from that. We'll see. The first thing we did is we shot a frigate and it blew it up, or it was a destroyer, a surface ship, and it blew it up. Mast Exposure Physics. This is what I was most excited about. They've refactored. I'm not sure what they mean by the word refactored, but they refactored the mast control system to correct exposure tracking above the water, fixing a serious issue where sensors malfunctioned, like not downloading the freaking broadcast, sensors malfunction at periscope depth, or enemies failed to detect exposed mast. And that's huge. Now when we raise mast, snorkel mast, radar, ESM, periscopes, photonics mast, the enemy can see them. Doesn't mean they'll see them every time. Doesn't mean it sees them immediately, but at least there's a chance. I'm saying there's a chance that they can detect your periscope so that they can then react to it. We did see our target react. I'm not sure if it was our periscope or our weapon, but it did react to it. Okay, the next one is radar mesh improvement. Added a new cached submarine meshes to vastly improve radar cross-section RCS detection of mast exposed over the waterline. Okay, I think that's kind of what we just were talking about. Okay, environmental data. This guy. Introduced realistic seasonal GIS data interpolation and day-to-day temperature deviations. Yay! Creating dynamic monthly ocean variations. Okay. And then finally for the simulation, advanced radar calculations, improved pulse radar line of sight using true Earth curvature, optimized RCS tracking, factoring reflection areas against pulse wavelengths. So it actually does the math now for the pulse wavelength of the radar we're talking about versus what it's getting reflected from, like our photonics mast. So the photonics mast is going to be significantly smaller of an RCS target than, say, the snorkel mast. Snorkel mast is fat and wide and huge compared to the photonics mast is a little tiny webcam sticking up above the water. You know, it's high resolution, it's fancy, it's expensive, but it's not the snorkel mast where you're bringing in volumetric amounts of air into the submarine, right? Completely different. So one's going to show up more than the other, and that's taken into account now. That's great. Now, there is also a list of bugs fixes. We can talk about that in just a minute. Let's see how far we've gotten. I'm in 4X mode here, and I did not ignore your autopilot thing. I did read it. I just didn't want to do it right now while I'm in 4X. But what you can do is once you get the routes loaded, the autopilot on the helm, or the pilot it's called, will actually drive the route at the speeds that you tell it to, and it'll give you reports. That's what the gentleman was talking about. I'm going to drive this manually for now. So we want to get to there. I'm going to push my PC. Let me see, how much video RAM am I using right now? Oh shit, I'm using a lot of it. Maybe I don't push this. All right, my video card has 16 gigabytes of video RAM and I'm using 14. But my CPU, everything else is chill. And my GPU is only at 25%. I'm going to go up one more time compression factor and just see how that changes. All right, now we're in time 6. Let's see what changes on my performance. I'm over here now. I'm looking at my personal PC performance. Keep in mind, I'm also streaming, you know, lots of other things going on too. So my GPU is now up to 40%. We went from 24% to 40% GPU calculations by going up to 6 times. But it's running stable. I've never run this game this fast before while streaming. Successfully anyway. We've tried and it failed. But it's running right now. So they've made major improvements. We're seeing them right now. All right, so my GPU has kind of stabilized at about 35%, it says. So I have lots of overhead. I can go faster, I think. The GPU is what's doing a lot of the math here. Yeah. And I love that you can hear the engines, by the way. If you guys are wearing headphones, you guys can hear the same thing. Or it's my GPU card. It could be my fan over there. Do we push it any faster just to see if it breaks? It's not going to break the game, but it will reset us back to real time, right? But let's go to ×8 and just see how well we go. All right, we're at ×8 right now. Hands up, don't crash. I'm using 45 gigabytes of RAM on my system RAM. 45 gigabytes. I'm using 45% of my GPU right now. The video RAM is staying at 14 gigabytes. So that must be, I'm not using any more of that for some reason. The CPU is working at 20%. I'm getting my money's worth out of my CPU for a change. The CPU on this computer, I've never seen it above 10. All the things I do, even rendering videos in Adobe, it's all GPU based. Yeah. The only reason why I would suggest having a good CPU is if you play a game that uses a single core, because the programmers don't know how to balance the game, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, then you want a high clock speed with a fast core. But all the stuff we do here, whether it's this or even Cold Waters doesn't stress our system at all. It's all GPU based. Yeah, so we're stressing our video card now. And I can go even faster, but I'm going to see what you guys are thinking. You can't get above 2x on your rig? Yeah. Oh, here we go. Somkin says, allocate memory. Working set. Game just requested it, so it has it. It's not because it's used. Oh, you're talking about the 45 gigabytes? That would make sense. My system has 95 gigabytes of RAM because I use it for video editing. And it's using about half that, close to half, which is what Windows kind of defaults to. I think that's what you're saying, by the way. I was not arguing. If it goes above 45, that would be interesting. You know what's funny is this motherboard has an Intel GPU, which is a piece of crap. Don't ever try to run a game off that. It's sitting there at 0. This game ignores it. It's like, don't even bother. Yeah. Our math is too much for you. Yeah. I kind of want to go faster. I'm running a 4080, an NVIDIA RTX 4080, for those of you wondering what video card I have. It's not new, and they're not expensive. You can get a 4080 right now, easily under $1,000, probably a couple $100, right? If somebody wants to look that up, what's a 4080 going for right now? Yeah, it's super cheap compared to the 50s. The 5000 series, you'll drop some money on that. They get their pound of flesh for 5000 series. Yeah, the game says give me 45 gigs. Okay, gotcha. How much VRAM? It's 16 gigabytes of video RAM in the 4080 that I have, and I'm using 14 gigabytes of the 16. This game is using that, and the stream. The stream does a little bit of GPU as well, so it's not all video game. I like the fact that it's not maxed out, right? It's not 100%. So I don't need a 5000 series NVIDIA card to run this game at 6 times compression. It's not even using my 4080 to its fullest capability right now. Yeah. All right, let's go. Let's go to ×8 just for science. Oh, crap. Oh, hold up. Wait a minute. It did run out of resources. Okay. 6x is all we can do, folks. It did just reset while I was talking. So let's go back to 4x. I don't want to sit at 6x, right? If it's just going to, it's not crashing. It's resetting back to real time, and I missed it. So I want to leave it at 4x so I know that I'm not going to miss anything. Also, maybe, perhaps, there could be a contact here that, I'm not seeing. Ugh, sorry. The mouse is super sensitive in time compression. I don't know why it's linked that way, but it is. So I'm just going to use my F keys. We're going to go to Sonar. I'm just curious if we had any broadband contact. I think something changed. I think a contact might have got close, so the system was doing extra math for it, but I don't see any contacts here. So, oh, are we cavitating? It says we are. Oh my God. I never went to 900 feet or even 400 feet. Pfft. Oh my God. That's on me. I got ahead of myself. Crap. Whoops. Wow, we still have some light cavitation of 400 feet. Ooh. All right, let's go down to 500 feet. All right, that's better. Holy crap. Yeah, we're up there boiling water for no reason. Yeah. All right. Well, we can't stay on this. We got to look at the chart. I'd love to stay here in time compression. I would. Because that's where you're going to see something happen. But you know what? It's going to be a few more minutes before we're not going to go all the way to the point, by the way. We're just going to get like in this channel, and then we're going to slow down and do a sonar search. So it's still another 5 or 10 minutes of real time if you want to go get a coffee or something. And I'm going to start reading chat again, by the way. Just give me 2 minutes. I do want to go. Let's go back to Sonar, and I'm going to go into time compression. I'm going up to 6 again. I can't help myself. And I'll read what you guys have to say here. Oh, a 4080s for $1,300? I saw a 5080 for that same price. Okay. I'm shocked. That doesn't make any sense to me, but okay. A 3090 is not a bad card. Yeah. The performance difference between the 80s and the 90s of each one of these generations is high. It's very, like, well, all of them are. I'll never buy an NVIDIA card that's less than the 80 version. So 3080, 4080, 5080 is my minimum. I don't know what they do to the 4070 or the 5070, but it just kills performance. And I didn't dig into the details, so I don't even know why. I look at benchmarks. If you benchmark a 5070, it's slower than my 4080. It's probably cheaper too, to be honest with you. Yep. Oh, that was on Amazon. Okay, Sumpkin. Yeah, if somebody saw it for $1,300, I believe you. I didn't expect that because I saw a 5080 for $1,300 this morning, and I was like, wow, I might be able to buy that. But if I get a 5080, I got to buy a new power supply. And that's a pain in the ass. I can do it. I know how. I just don't want to. You know, my 4080 is running fine, right? As we see today. Yeah. You paid $2,000 for a 5090? That's not bad at all. Where did you get that deal? Oh my God. Like, do you know a guy? How did you get that? I haven't seen a 5090 below 3,000 in months. Yeah, a 3090, Gene, is a fine card. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that card. Power supplies are not cheap. I'll buy a power supply. You know what's funny is I tried to custom build a power supply, and the guy building it for me tried to talk me out of getting like the 1200 watt power supply because I didn't need it. And I was like, you're not my dad. No, I didn't say that to him. He's a very nice guy. But he didn't want to put the 1200 watt power supply in my computer. And I was like, listen, I need a space heater. It's cold up here in the wintertime. It gets really cold up here. The room I'm in has no insulation. So when it's cold outside, it's cold in here. Yeah. There we go. Oh, you're thinking that, oh my God, hold up. Somebody's trying to sell a pre-owned 4080 for $1,300. That's ridiculous. Do not buy that. That's dumb. First of all, never buy any hardware for a computer that's been used. Do not do that. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but one there probably is. And you want it new. You know, you can buy a used car. You can get a used kid called adoption. Do not buy used video cards, memory sticks. Do not buy used anything. Yeah. Yeah, 5090s are 4K now. And they're not going to come down. So I just gave up. I was like, I'm not buying a 5090. One, I don't need one. I would like a 5080 for editing because it would save me time. I could spend more time with my family if I'm not sitting up here, you know, editing, rendering and stuff, you know. Yeah, that's right, Somkin. Yeah. Sometimes I slip in those little jokes, you know. People got to pay attention. See, Somkin called me out on that one. All right. Hey, we talk for 4 to 5 hours on these streams. I got to keep your attention somehow, you know. Captain Rex says, you hear NVIDIA is going the way of Sony and only selling virtual graphics cards? Don't say that. Cloud computing is trying to make a comeback because there is a profit margin there, but data centers is, I think, for the foreseeable future, where the money's at. And do not buy, I'm telling you guys, as of right now, I'm not allowed to give you financial advice, so technically not a financial advice, but I'm saying do not buy any stock right now. The entire stock market is a bubble. It is overvalued it's always been overvalued. It's overvalued in a way that is going to crash. And if you buy now, I don't care. I don't care if it's Mama's Blueberry IPO or if it's SpaceX, you will lose your shirt when the bubble cracks. Hold on to your cash. When the stock market crashes, whether that's now or 5 years from now, I don't know. You buy the dip. Wait for the crash. Buy the dip. Have cash on hand. The people who had cash in 2008 are millionaires and billionaires today because they bought that dip. That's about to happen again. I'm not smart enough to know when. I wish I did. It'd be like winning the lottery. But all the evidence is on the wall if you follow stocks. I follow it for fun. The stock market is my casino. I don't gamble, but I like how people treat the stock market. The stock market should be based on fundamentals, company value. I don't think it ever really was, but now, especially with currencies that are not linked to any kind of material item like cryptocurrencies, anything that's not gold-based, like the dollar, you know, at least the dollar's, it's linked to the United States and our military. And if you don't give us value for your dollar, we will come and take your shit with our guns. You know, at least crypto doesn't have that, right? So everything is overvalued to the point that it's going to burst again. It's a boom bust cycle. It's a tale as old as time. I'm not Nostradamus. Everybody knows it's going to happen. Nobody knows when it's going to happen. And if people are telling you they know, they're lying to you or they're delusional. That might be it too. Yeah. Oh yeah. Let's go check our map. We might be there. Not financial advice. I know it sounds funny, but I legally have to say that. This is not a financial advice channel. We're almost there. We're almost there. And we're staying at time 6, by the way. It's not going back to real time or nothing. Okay. Oh, there you go. Somebody put out the dates. Yeah, 2008, 2014, 2018. Many more dips to come. Yeah, and occasionally you'll get crashes. Like 1988 was a significant crash. The dot-com bust was around 2004, I think. I might get that date a little bit wrong. For me, I literally lost everything. I had 27 cents in my bank account in 2008. 27 cents, less than $1 in my checking account. I had nothing in savings. in my Navy Federal bank account, 27 cents in 2008 because of that crash. I lost it all. Thank God I had a job. I was able to build it back up. I ran it back, boys. It took me 12 years, but I ran it back. Yep. Oh, was 2000 the dot-com crash? Okay. Yeah, it was bad, Somkin. I lost everything. Nobody bailed me out. Yeah. I wasn't really bitter about it. I knew the risks. I wasn't dumb. I knew what I was doing. And guess what happened? Everybody got their money out before I did. I was out there training the USS Georgia on how to be combat effective, and the stock market's crashing, and I can't do a damn thing about it. I come back to port and got nothing. I paid my bills and all that stuff, and then what was left in my account? 27 cents. I should have taken a photo of that because I was like, holy shit, I'm broke. My bills were paid, but I was broke, Oh, wow. Jim shares my fate. In 2018, he lost $85,000 in his 401k. And I'm sorry for you, bro. Yeah. In the Navy, we didn't have 401k. We had, I think they called it TPS. It was an investment program. I probably still have that. I don't even know. I'm not old enough to retire and get any money like that, so I don't even know. Yeah. Yeah, Y2K and then the dot-com bust. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not special that I lost money. Everybody that was invested lost money. Some people were leveraged, and that's where you borrow money to buy stuff like property, assuming the property will go up faster than your interest rate on your loan is. I was not that person, which is why I didn't go negative. A lot of people went negative because they took a loan on the equity in a house that wasn't permanent, wasn't real. It was real at the moment, but it didn't stay there. I don't want to get into financials. This is not a financial. But that's how people ended up losing money. I basically went back down to zero, Thank God I didn't take a loan. Yeah. Almost makes you want to stick your money in a mattress. I know, yeah. I get people who do that. Do not buy silver. Shit, I can't say that either. But here's the thing. Silver and silver coins, they're beautiful. And if it's recognized by the U.S. Treasury, it does have that value on it, whatever the value says. But silver is not a monetary metal. A lot of people who are selling silver definitely won't tell you that. Silver's used in like construction, solar panels, stuff like that. And the solar panel industry is about to come down too. I don't know if it's going to be a crash, but they aren't building them as much as they used to. Gold's its own thing. Gold I don't understand. Gold should have been a safe haven for like this whole war with Iran, and it wasn't. And so should have Bitcoin. And Bitcoin wasn't either. And I'm not smart enough to know why. Bitcoin and gold came down at the same time. Maybe somebody in chat knows. I don't know. Oh, it was the TSP fund. I had the letters transposed. Sorry about that, yeah. Oh, and Dresser has a very practical way of looking at value. Everything is only as valuable as anyone will pay for it. That's true. That's the market. That's markets. It's not marketing, but that's the market factor. Hope you guys don't mind me talking about money. Like I said, the stock market is my casino. It's my fun. I don't understand it. I think I love the psychology behind the stock market and the traders, the people that are really into it. I like the psychology of how delusional they are more than anything else. Yeah, it's almost like watching a degenerate gambler at a blackjack table taking out a loan to continue playing blackjack. Sometimes he wins, sometimes he loses. He never pays that loan off. He's always in debt, right? I see that happening a lot in the stock market. Yeah. And I get my jollies off that. I'm not I don't get my jollies off them losing money. I like it when they make money too. I get my jollies off the delusion. The delusion is insane right now. It's the highest it's ever been. Everything's overvalued. SpaceX, if you bought SpaceX during the IPO last month, you have to make 8 times, SpaceX as a company has to make 8 times the money it's making now to break even for what you paid for it at the IPO. I don't know what the price is today, but at that time, there isn't a market demand to increase the value of SpaceX income 8 times. If anything, it's close to max right now. It might double. It sure as hell isn't going to go up 8 times. So if you bought SpaceX, I hope it works out for you. I don't wish bad on anybody, but I didn't buy that because I looked at the numbers and I was like, oh, that's dumb. I bet you, this is me. I'm waiting a year because 1 year from about now, Elon Musk can legally sell any shares, I think it's any amount that he wants, of SpaceX. When he does that, there'll be a spike and then there'll be a trough. That's going to be the dip. So see you in 2027 and we'll see what SpaceX is trading at then. Yeah. I wouldn't mind doing a financial podcast just to talk some bullcrap with people, but I won't know what I'm talking about. You know. Anyway, that's my fun money or my fun. So some people follow actors. Some people follow. Everyone has their hobby. The stock market is my hobby. Yeah. Okay, we're back in real time now. Yay! Woo, my frames. Holy smokes. Hold up. Wait a minute. There's no error messages, right? Okay. My frames are a little wonky. My GPU is spiking right now. Whoop, let's let my GPU catch up. My GPU is going nuts right now. Holy, I'm up to 60% on my GPU and I went to real time. Okay, it's coming back down. I don't know what kind of math it just did, but it did a lot of it. Yeah, all right, now we're good. And now we're good. Okay, so we're at 900 feet. Oh no, we're at 550. I'm sorry, 550. And we're still at flank bell. We're going to go ahead and slow down to 5 knots. We'll see if we get any contacts. I'll probably have to go above that layer because again, we're going to treat the layer as all the sound above it stays above it, all the sound below it stays below it. We're just going to assume that for now until I see otherwise. That's what I always assume with this simulation. It'll also give my GPU a chance to calm down. Yeah, what's your guys' hobby? I told you guys mine, besides video games. My hobby is continuing to invest in depreciating assets. Like your motorcycle, yes. Buying a car, one of the worst investments you could make. But I bought a car to survive the winters here in Michigan. So I did buy a car that I knew would last, I thought, a long time. Yeah. Sumpkin says, Jive Turkey, you want your computer to be 80% usage because that means you're doing something. If it's sitting at 20%, the game needs help. Yeah, so I maxed out at 60% on my GPU, and my CPU is right around 20%. It's bouncing at 20 up and down. And I don't know why, but my CPU has never been stressed on this computer, no matter what I do to it. I just can't seem to use my CPU effectively. Yeah. Now my video card, it gets a workout. Whenever I render videos, it's like 95. Sometimes it says 100%, even though I know it's not. Yeah. Rendering is good. Yeah, 60% is good. So like this game running on a 4080, like the computer that's the video card I have, I recommend it. I think it's fine. Okay. My frames are still jumping. I don't like that. Holy smokes. Holy smokes, I don't like that. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Whenever we went to a flank bell, I did not retract the bow planes. I'm really shocked that they maintained course as well they did. Whenever you go to high-speed maneuvers or operations, you want to retract those planes. I forgot about that. Somebody in chat probably said that, and I'm sure I missed it. Because I noticed a lot of people in chat know how to do the autopilot. What the hell's going on? Did you guys see that? What's happening here? Why is this bouncing around? Look at what's happening to the sonar display. let me just change to this. Make some changes. Let's run a ray trace. Let's not do that. Holy smokes, let's not do that. Okay, let's let it do some different math. Maybe we'll turn narrowband on. Yeah, and then we'll turn it back off again. Okay, now let's go back to broadband and see if it's still acting up. Oh no. Yeah, it's the whole, I don't know why it's doing that. Ugh. We could also change course a little bit. Give those baffle markers. We'll go to 270, a small course change. We're at 5 knots. And let's come up to 5 feet. Let's do that. So this little frame rate jumping around, I've noticed this whenever I go to time compression, and I stay in time compression at a high enough rate where it has to reset back to real time, is when I notice small things like this. And I'm sure they'll get it worked out. You know, I have no one to blame but myself for overstressing my own system in time compression. So I'm not being critical of anything. I'm not going to flood any tubes right now because our mission is not to destroy these contacts. Our mission is to go and observe them. Now, once we observe and we make our report, I may get an order, I expect an order to destroy them. But I'm not going to sit with a flooded tube, a wet torpedo unnecessarily. You don't want to do that. Torpedo men can be mad too. They'll be like, listen, we got to maintain this weapon if we don't shoot it. So let's not keep it soaked, in salt water. Yeah. That's not a good idea at all. Yeah. Remember to retract your bow planes when you go fast. Thank you, Buckstar. Wish you had said that an hour ago. Oh, man. Oh, someone's saying run Linux. You calm down, sir. Calm down. Does the NVIDIA video cards, do they run on Linux? They probably do, but I'm just curious. I don't run Linux, so I don't know. But would my NVIDIA 4080 work on a Linux system? Does NVIDIA have Linux drivers? I'm sure they do. They must. They do data centers. Yeah, never mind. I already know my own answer. Like, there's no way they don't have that. Yeah. NVIDIA on Linux is horrible. Really? Never mind then. That is kind of shocking. Most data centers run Linux, don't they? Wow. Uh-oh. We have nerd fight. You guys calm down. We're all on the same team here. Oh my gosh. I think I started a fight in chat. I didn't mean to. All right, we're coming up. Are we at periscope? Oh my God. What do you say we speed up? It's going to take us an hour to get to periscope depth at this speed. Head standard. And then we'll slow down as we get close. Let's see, Dresser says, NVIDIA works on Linux. You're running the 4070 and a 3080 in your box. Okay. Oh, wow, you have different generations of video cards. I'm curious as to what you do. I don't think those two cards would work together unless you have like a special program. Oh, and then Linux would run it differently. So maybe they do work together on Linux. Can you get your 3080 and 4070 to work together on one application in Linux? I'm talking to Dresser here. Remember that data centers and consumer GPUs use different drivers. That's true. You're right. You're absolutely right. Open source drivers work fine with NVIDIA GPUs. Okay. Let's see. Vulcan Rider is, we have half a dozen GPU servers running Linux. Oh. How about that? Okay. Oh, we're at 284 feet. We're coming up 15 knots. We're going to slow down here in a second. I just want to drive up to periscope depth a little bit faster than what we were doing. We were trying to go from 500 feet to periscope depth at 5 knots, which you can do. It's fine. It'll just take you 20 minutes. Yeah. Let's see. The older one is probably for physics. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just curious if you can use the same one. I don't think you can, but I don't know Linux at all. Well, okay. I know barely Linux, to put it that way. I had to learn Linux for my IT job. Yeah. And it wasn't that hard to learn. It was just new, Learning new stuff takes time. All right, head 2/3. We're already coming up through 100 feet here. Oh, here he is. Dresser says the 3080 is for AI and the 4070 is for your video display. There you go. And you can spread the two displays across both. Oh, cool. Yeah, dude, that's awesome. Whoa, head 1/3. Let me get on the periscope. Pardon me, I gotta do my job. Here we go. Whoa, I definitely raised the periscope too fast. Thank God we didn't like rip it off or something. Whoa, I almost damaged the periscope there. I was at the upper limit of our speed restriction. Okay, no close contacts. Oh, no close contacts. Dip it below a little bit deeper. Okay. Now we do have Echo 1 again in front of us. I kind of have an idea in my mind where that is. I want to give the radars a couple sweeps before I go look at it again. So let's take a look at the chart. Oh, Echo 1 is supposed to be in front of us. Why is it not updated? It's updated on the photonics mast. The photonics mast has Echo 1 over here. Hello? Oh, wow. That was a chug. That was a chug. Let me just bump this mast up real quick. I'm going to get a new bearing. It's Echo 1. Hello? Do we not have any contacts? Oh, wow. Okay. Let's lower it. So there's no radars out there now, according to ESM. All right, let's take another quick look. Oh my God, sorry. I'm trying to not raise the periscope any higher than I need it. Ooh, okay. Got it. No close contacts again. No visual contacts. I don't want to leave the periscope up long enough to do a high search, but with no radar out there, there'd be no problem with that. Let me just see if we have any new orders. Nothing's changed, so I don't expect anything new. Let's see if any of these online have a sender receive for us. All right, doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. All right, let's go ahead and retract everything. Again, I'm trying to minimize my exposure, my mast exposure. This is how you really want to do it, especially in a threat environment. With no ESM broadcast at all, you don't want to get in the habit of being lazy. We could put our towed array out and see if we have contacts, but I think the thing is we're just not close enough. Let's verify the layer depth. Let's redraw the SSP. Notice how it did change. We are in a different part of the same ocean, and there was a small change in the SSP here, so that's really good. I know I want to go pretty much straight west, so let's draw the ray trace out to here. And it's bottom bounce environment, barely a CZ, so still CZ. But Sonar's not seeing nothing on broadband. Okay. Maybe we'll do a quick narrowband check. I don't expect to see it. Well, one, we're using the sphere. You're not going to see anything on the sphere on narrowband, so I don't even bother. Let's turn off that update. All right, we're gonna go deep and fast and get closer to the point. I was hoping we could track whoever is at the meeting point out where we're at now. That's clearly not the case. So let's lower all masted antennas completely. Let's make sure we actually go down to our depth of 400 feet. And let's go ahead full. We'll definitely cavitate a little bit doing that. I think at 400 feet we were still cavitating at a flank bell, so maybe we'll go down to 500. There we go. Let me check my system. Yeah, my GPU is still working at 50%. So what I think is happening is there's more contacts where we are now than there was when this scenario began. Therefore, that's where that extra math is coming in. Yeah, but we're very close to where we need to be, so we don't need to stay. we don't need to compress time as much. I'm going to compress time a little bit. How far away is that point? Oh, geez, reverse that. Oh, right there it says 37 nautical miles. Okay. Okay. What's the... Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's do that the other way. So let's come to course 290. Heading 292. 500 feet ahead flank. Ahead flank. All right, and now we can compress time. And once we get within 10 nautical miles should be enough. All right, so that's close enough. Once we get to there, we're going to stop. Oh, wow. Did I ever shoot that? Okay. Hold on. What course did I say to come to? Oh, yeah, let's pull in those. Let's lock and retract the bow planes. I should have done that before we came to flank, but it's okay. At least I remembered this time. Oh, I said 292. That should have been 280. Look at that. Out of flank bell, we changed course so fast. That's so nice. Yeah. Okay. Let's get back on the chart. Now we're pointed right at that point. So once we get to right about here, we're going to do the same thing again. We're going to come to periscope depths to see. We should be able to see the meeting point from this position, and definitely any ESM contacts that are there. All right, let's go ahead and compress time again. Push the computer to the max. All right. What is it? Depth below the keel is like 5,000 feet. It's ridiculous. Oh, it was 11,000 feet, and then I just cut that in half. It's like 5,000. So. You can also, with this cursor box, just mouse over. You don't have to run to the fathometer. So like depth below the keel right now, total water depth, by the way, not below the keel, 10,000 feet. Still 10,000, 9,000, still 9,000. So between me and our destination, 9 to 10,000 feet. If you weren't here whenever we started this mission, we kind of did that when we were plotting our route. I was checking the depth the entire way. So, but it's also a good idea to take a sounding or check the sounding if you're an automatic like we are. We're continuous right now before you change depth. That's just the proper way to do it. If you want to sim this thing like real submariners, you got to do that. I cut some corners and I shouldn't, but I do because the job that multiple people do, we're trying to do ourselves. And so I don't want to waste a lot of time bouncing back and forth between positions. But we're in 6X right now. We're going to be in that position in no time at all. Don't you guys worry about nothing. It won't be long. Yep. Yeah, no problem there, Mal. No problem. That was a good thing to bring up. Absolutely. Mel says, we had pizza boxes until the big shots declared we were all going to Windows. Yeah, whenever I worked at the bank, they used Windows. And I was like, wow, you guys are a bank that is responsible for literally billions of dollars, and you're running Windows? I was like, have you heard of, security breaches? Do you know how many vulnerabilities are in Windows? Now, to be fair, Windows Server is much more secure than Windows operating system. It's not perfect, of course, but there's a whole lot more teenagers out there that know how to hack Windows Server than know how to hack, smaller operating systems. Yep. But I didn't work on the server team. I worked with the server team almost every day, but I was on the client side. Yeah. I didn't like it there. I did like the clients. They were all very cool. I worked in the back office. So a bank back office is an interesting place. That's where I learned about the stock market. Well, I learned about the stock market in 2008 when I lost all my money. But I learned how banking wealth management works by working in the wealth management back office for 5 years. And that's where I saw the delusion, by the way, firsthand. People coming in to talk to the wealth management managers. And those people are nuts. They're also all millionaires, but boy, they crazy. They crazy. Some of them are very nice. Yeah. But they're all delusional, every one of them. Like, they don't live in the same world you and I live in. Yeah. They don't care what the price of anything is. They care about their dividend. They care about what they own. But when they go to the grocery store, they don't give a damn. They probably don't even go to the grocery store. They probably have somebody that goes to the grocery store for them called DoorDash, right? Yeah. Wow, Novell Netware. Holy smokes. I had to read a Novell Network book in the 90s. That just brought back a memory I hadn't thought of in ages. Who said that? Vandemore. Are you like an old school IT guy? That's cool, man. Yeah. I used to try and learn old operating systems by reading the books that were that thick. You know, you would go to the bookstore in the mall, like Walden's. You guys remember Walden's books? Trying to remember some of the other ones. And they would have a computer section full of these books that all had, and they were all like 2-3 inches thick. I was telling my girlfriend it's 6 inches, you know. I was like, that's 6 inch books. And yeah. Ugh. And floppy too. I was like, it's normal to be floppy. Yeah, you're an old school IT guy. Cool. Well, Vandemore, you're going to find a good home here because we have a lot of old IT guys. Yeah, Somkin's like a current IT guy, also an old guy. Vulcan Rider knows what he's talking about too. So looks like Dresser does too. So yeah, good group. Babbage's, yeah. Babbage's sold computer games and books. They sold both. That was my that was my mecca. I just go hang out in Babbage's. Yeah. It's called a floppy D for a reason. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Somkin. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yep. Hey, we're almost there. We'll come back up Periscope depth here in a minute. Hopefully we'll have good frame rate. It hasn't reset back to real time, so we're good. Barnes & Noble, that's the one I was trying to remember. Yeah, Barnes & Noble was nice because they would have the overpriced cafe in the bookstore. So you could buy your book without leaving the store, walk over to a table, order a coffee, and drink it while reading your book, like you were some kind of hipster. But it was actually very relaxing, so I wasn't trying to, cosplay as a hipster. I was just trying to de-stress. I did that a lot. The Barnes & Noble, that was probably my favorite just because they had the coffee shop. And the coffees were overpriced, like $5-6 for a coffee in the 90s. Come on, right? Ridiculous. It's probably $10 today. Well, is Barnes & Noble still a thing? Oh, I'm sure bookstores are still a thing. Yeah. Somebody just did something. What'd you guys do? Oh, EMT Mike, thank you for following me. It just alerted me that he did that 43 minutes ago. Thanks a lot, Steam Labs. Yeah. Or Stream Labs, whatever you are. Yeah, it was memorable. Yeah. Life before the internet was interesting. Technically, the internet was around, but you know what I'm saying. Life before cell phones. Yeah. That's one thing we can never get back is now that we have the cell phones and broadband pretty much everywhere, it'll never be like it was. Not that it was better, but it was just different, Not everything was recorded and on TikTok if you made a jerk of yourself because you're 20 years old. You don't know that's going to haunt you for the rest of your life, I tell you what, if you're young, be careful what you do and say now because the standards in 2080, 2090 could be draconian and people could pull up, look what he said in 2026. And in 2026, it was perfectly fine. I'm just saying that's how, as an older person now, that's how I feel. We said things in the 90s that would get us canceled today. Thank God that was not on TikTok, back then. And we didn't mean any of it. We were just like having fun. But yeah, Fun got canceled. That's right. Fun got canceled. Yeah. All right, we're back in real time. Let's go ahead and let's come up. I'm going to deploy the things in just a second. Let's come on up to periscope depth. We're going to start out at a flank bell. This shouldn't take long at all. Come up like a rocket ship. Yeah, 4 degree up at a flank bell, that's moving. That's aggressive. Right here, 5 degree up. That's what the pitch means. That's how you're angled up. If you guys play DCS, you're familiar with it, but those of you that don't, that's what that means. There's usually mechanical stops to keep that from going all the way. That way you don't try to do a backflip with your submarine, which would be cool. The nukes would be upset. They don't like it when their steam kettle gets turned upside down. They don't like that at all. They get a little testy back there. They threaten to stop making fresh water. We can't have that. I'll take a shower after watch. All right, 280 feet. Let's go to head standard. And at a head standard, I'll go ahead and extend. What's our actual speed? Oh, we're still making 30 knots. We're making turns for 15, but the inertia is still pushing us to, was coming down from 30. I wonder if a standard bell on this one might be 20 knots. It is the Block 4 that I'm curious. See if it's any different. I would expect a standard bell to be 15 knots, but it may not be. Oh, crap. We're coming up. Okay, extend those. Actually, oh, Jesus. Make turns for 5 knots. Slow this thing down. Yeah, our speed was not coming down very fast at all. We are a very efficient submarine in terms of speed. Yeah. Holy smokes, we're coming up fast. Slow down. I can't raise the photonics mast until we're below 10 knots. 10 even is like the limit, but 9.9 going down would be preferred. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Oh, wait, why did it go up to 11? Hold up. What? Stop. Why are you speeding up? I just gave engine order stop the shaft. Why are we at 10 knots? Whoa, that was weird. Okay. I probably did. I should have locked that. That was probably what it was. Well, that wouldn't affect speed. Okay. We're at 5 knots now. Let's make sure we can stay at 5 knots before I leave this screen. I'm getting paranoid. Yeah, our speed started going up to like 11 and 12 knots instead of going down. Thank God I didn't have the photonics mast raised. It would have bent it. Yeah. Okay, we're good now. We're good. Let's go to the mast. Let's raise the photonics mast. Ooh. Okay. Let me do it. Okay. Raise this bad boy here. Come out of that. Okay, hey, it's still daytime. There's the bottom of the water. I don't see any shadows of hulls above me, which is good. We're not going to immediately hit something. It may take us a minute to hit it. As you know. Okay. Scope's awash. Still awash. Keep it in front of you until you can consistently see. Come on, dive. Get us on depth. What's going on there, buddy? We're in low power, doing a low power search. Our contacts I expect to be right off our bow. If there's anybody at the meeting point, we should be able to see them. Let's go to thermal. Come on, dive. I said 5 feet. Get up there. I'm looking basically down the bearing of where I expect to see contacts. Okay. All right, I don't see anybody. Let's go down. That went down awfully fast. I'm not still in time compression. No, we're in real time. Okay, everything looks normal. Okay, let's go to sonar. All right, sonar looks normal. This is good. We are above the layer. Let's check the layer again. Make sure that didn't change on us. Layer's at 7.5 feet. We're above it. We're looking right where we're supposed to go. Still in the bottom bounce environment with a little bit of CZ, but we should have good solid contact right where we're at if there's anybody near us. Let's go to the chart. That's the actual position. And we are 7 miles away from it. All right, let's put the fat line out. Let's put one of our 2 towed arrays out and see if we have any contact. Anything at all. Yeah, that's right, Somkin. Stop the shaft. That's what, well, yeesh. I don't even know if I want to make that joke. Kirby says, you need to make it a mod so I can approve the messages. Oh, what got blocked? Oh, no. I didn't... Usually even if it gets blocked, I can usually see it. Oh. Oh, okay. I see it. I see you now. I got you, bro. There you go. It's STFU Friday. Got it. Yeah. All right. Our towed array is out. Let's get back on sonar. Oh, shit. There we go. All right, so this bottom one's going to be towed array, TB23 or TB34. I don't even want to talk about it. Sometimes I say the old numbers because that's what I used to use. But you guys don't care. You guys don't care. We have no contacts. What the hell? Huh. Like nothing. Like, let's raise the ESM mast. We should at least have an ESM contact of some kind. ESM is F7? Yes. We should at least have something here. I'm going to leave that fully raised. I'm going to go to the periscope. And it should be right behind us. I'm going to turn the periscope around so I'm looking behind us. And we should see a mast raised up out of the water. There it is. That's our ESM mast. All right, so we know it's out of the water. That means nobody is transmitting anything. That is not expected. I don't like that at all. All right, let's dip that back down. All right, I don't know, man. All right, let's run it. Let's get even closer. Let's go down to 350 feet. We have the towed array out, so we can't go too fast. But I'm pretty sure I can go ahead standard with it out, and we should be fine. All right. Dive is struggling with the depth right now. Wow, what's going on, Dive? Like, we're broached. Holy smokes. Let's go to the exterior view so you guys can see why I'm freaking out. Like, we've lost control of the ship. I'm trying to remember which one of these is me. All right. Well, we're not broached at the moment. Three 6 feet? No. Three 6 feet, half the sail's out of the water. All right, whatever. There's our towed array. Okay, I'm not nitpicking. It's just Something's wrong. Like your ordered depth is, I'll make it 400 feet. Bring on water, do something, man. Trim system's in auto, so we shouldn't have to, like if this was in manual, I'd be flooding AUGs 3 right now. Yeah. Or 5 and 6 maybe. We may have lost control of the ship. I don't know. Let's open the main ballast tanks and just see if there's any air in there that may have somehow got in there. Yeah, do you see our depth is up here in the top right? We're basically surfacing, and I don't know why. What the fuck's going on? All right, I'm gonna take manual control over the trim system. About to do my old job here. I'm gonna flood. Let's flood AUGs 3. Use the trim pump. Oh, wow. These guys. Uh-oh. Someone's not qualified in submarines. Whoever designed that. I'm not even going to correct it because someone needs to get a checkout on their qual card. It's very nerdy. I'm not even going to. Of course, they don't know that. The people making the game have never been actually on a submarine moving water around. I love running across little things like that. It's kind of cool. I'm trying to pump water into this tank, but I'm doing it backwards. Like really backwards. We're still at 3-4 feet. Hold on, stop. It should let me use the trim pump. It doesn't. You can't. Those are not interactive. So that's the main. We literally call it the main. It goes to all the tanks. And it goes to the trim pump. And that should be to C and from C. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how they have this. Oh, you guys can see it. Thank God. Okay, I thought I was covering it up at first. So whenever I have this arrow checked, I can't start either pump. That kind of doesn't make any sense. I know one thing's for sure, that should not work. What I'm doing right now should not work. And oh, it is working. We're bringing water on. Well, that took a minute to update, didn't it? Holy smokes, we just brought on a lot of water. Why are we not submerging? Why are we not going down? Now we're going down. I'm going to bring on so much water. I will flood this bitch to 2,000 feet. Down, down, down. All right, shut that. Make your depth 4,550 feet. Bring on more water. What the hell? Okay, real life is much faster than this. This is ridiculous. At least we're going down now. We are negatively buoyant finally. All right, let's help him out. Now that we're at least down to 50 feet, I can speed up a little bit. We may still cavitate, but that will give the pilot more control. Good Lord. Like these tanks should be filling up and they're not. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna try something. I wonder if this is Virginia. Yeah, I wonder if this is Virginia specific, because I was not qualified on the Virginia. But I'm gonna try and do this. Can I only go to AUG 7? I don't think this is the case, but I'm gonna see if I can only pump to AUG 7. I did successfully pump to AUG 3, by the way. That's a lot more water than we used to have. But AUG 7 should definitely fill up here. I think it went up. We are going down. We're negatively buoyant. So it's a moot point at this point. But this is, I don't know, this must not be fully implemented. I'm probably wasting my time. This probably doesn't even work. Well, I mean, AUG 3 did go up, but I'm going to put it back in auto mode, and it's going to trim the ship. Oh, let's undo that. Okay, everything is stopped. Everything is shut. Auto. Oh, it does it instantly. That's nice. What kind of time machine you got? Good Lord. Okay, I'm going to stop. Yeah, I promised myself I would not compare the game to reality. I'm learning the game. I'm not requalifying submarines. So let's go to a head standard. Let's go to 450 feet. We've fooled around so much, we're probably where we want to go. Let's check the chart. We're probably there. We're a heck of a lot closer. The gap between this point and where we are now is us fooling around with the trim system. That's what that is. Good Lord. Forgive me for nerding out. I know how things are supposed to work, and I don't expect them to work the way that I expect them to, but whenever I can't even figure it out, then I get obsessive compulsive, you know. That's when the OCD kicks in, because I am good at a limited number of things, and that's one of them. I'll trim your sub. Oh, Fangdor, unlock the bow planes. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Holy shit, I locked him. I even remember doing it. Son of a bitch. You're right, you're right, you're right. Because I was going to come up to a high speed, and then I changed my mind, and I did lock him. I did it to myself. So and that's what caused us to go so shallow and stay there. That does not excuse AUGs 5 and 6 not filling up. And AUG 7. I'm sorry you had to do a super chat for that. Thank you again for the super chat. It was like $20 too. Holy cow. Yeah, I know. It's bad. I got focused on the trim system, and I left the damn bow planes locked. Whoopsie. Sorry. Yep. I would be getting a little firm talking to by probably the co-pilot. Yeah. It's pilot and co-pilot on the Virginia. And the officer of the deck. And the dive. Oh, I don't know if they have the dive. Since you have the co-pilot, you probably don't have the diving officer anymore. He still have his responsibilities, but he's probably the pilot. Yeah. Somebody that's actually been on the Virginia would know that. I have no idea. I just work here, man. The Real Woodman says, it makes me mad to pay you to be wrong as hell. You got to unlock it at the wrong thing and started feedback looping. Fun to see it happen IRL, though. All good fella. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I definitely jacked that up. And I realize now what I've done. And it's a little embarrassing. So, yeah. This is what I'm talking about. Thank God we didn't have the internet when I was 20 and TikTok, because there'd be a lot more embarrassing things than just this out on the internet. Because I can assure you that's going to be clipped and shared amongst certain Discord channels probably right now. It's probably already happening. Because I definitely, I remember locking it because I planned on retracting them and going fast. And then I simply didn't. And I left it locked. Yep. Oh boy. Look forward to getting those messages in the next YouTube video. And this YouTube video as well. Yeah. Maybe we'll just edit this part out. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Yeah, we'll just deny it. We'll scrub the internet. Yeah. We'll just deny everything. Good God. I can't even look at it. I can't even look at it. Let's look at this instead. This is nice. Look at how all the lines are converging. Yay! We're getting to where we're trying to go. Yep. Positive feedback loops are redundancies. Okay. Yeah. This game really needs multiplayer. It does. It does. One that would save me from myself in certain situations like that one. Yeah. I started fussing around with the trim system and the co-pilot's like, hey, I can't do anything. That's what we needed to have, is a pilot bitching at the officer of the deck that he needs to have his control planes back. That's what we need to have. Somebody record that voice line for Wave Ops. If anything, it should be my voice. Yeah, they should ask me to do that. Yeah. If anything goes wrong, they should just ask me to voice it for them. I'm not proud, but it would be realistic. Yeah. Yep. We are truly a crew. The captain is deaf as post. I know. Yeah. Did the game finally stabilize? It did. Yeah, it did. And my GPU now is sitting at 34% in real time, which is still higher than it was, but there's more contacts. We just haven't seen them on Sonar yet for some reason. But this meeting point is where we're supposed to observe some very large tankers. It's going to be multiple tankers here. So I expected them to have their radars on, but they are trying to do a ship-to-ship operation undetected. So for scenario reasons, maybe their radars are simply off. But I'm going to get right close to that point, go back up to periscope depth, and we should see contacts. And have them on sonar, too. These are not quiet contacts. These are merchant ships. They make all sorts of noise. I'm surprised we didn't already have them. Yeah. It's the AI guy in the thumbnails that locked the bow. Yeah, right. That's right. We'll blame that guy. Yeah, you have to specify the thumbnail because I put AI Captain Wrecked in Wednesday's thumbnail. Usually it's AI Aaron. It's me. Yeah. That's not all AI, but it is AI. Yeah. It's AI and Photoshop. It's both. And the base photo is me. It begins as me. And then AI manipulates me into somebody younger and cuter and hotter and more clickable for the search engine optimization. Yeah. That's all that is. It's not vanity. Of all my faults, I am not a vain person. But we got to put on the internet something women will click on to get our demographic up. Yep, that's it. That's the truth. Captain Rex, an Air Force guy. If it's me, it's plausible. Yeah, okay. Are we there yet? We're almost there. Okay, I'm going to time compress. I'm going to 6 times, which for this amount of contacts in our area is probably too high. Bluefoot of Ire says, side arrow lets water in at sea pressure only to tanks enabled, clicking 2. The down arrow is the drain. Transfer pump is only available when the tanks are selected to and from. I don't know how to answer or ask this. Thank you for the €10 super chat, by the way. If you're trying to fill a tank from sea, why would you open the from? And you don't need to have a super chat to answer that. Just please, Mr. Bluefoot, if you know the answer, let me know. So, and I'm not going to say why, but there are tanks that you should only have the 2 open to safely fill them. If you have 2 and from open, you're literally cycling water in a loop. Yep. Yeah. Yep. I do understand what you're saying about the side arrow. I did not know what that was meaning, but now that you explain it, so does the sea pressure go to the 2, so you don't need to run the drain pump? So in this video game, do you only use the trim pump to go tank to tank. Is that what you're telling me? You have to open the valve to see, of course. Yeah. I'm assuming. Yeah, we're just talking about the tank itself. We're almost to where we need to go, so I just didn't want to miss his answer. The side arrow and the selected tank only brings water into that tank. Allegedly, it's to simulate the valves. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to learn how this game manages that. Okay. Let's turn to course 310. Actually, 330. We're at 15 knots. I do want to come up, and I'm going to leave this unlocked. I promise. Let's come up to 5 feet. And we should have lots of contacts, all sorts of contacts. And I'm going to be really cautious with the speed. Why is the speed going up? Okay, there we go. It's going down now. All right, slow down 2/3. Not touching the bow planes at all. Yeah. Boy. Yeah, let's see. Okay. So what the gentleman was telling me, this is the side arrow. You guys can see the side arrow right there. So I open the side arrow, which I understand what he's talking about, like in reality, right? And then you just open up the 2. And did you say also the from? I'm going back to his original message. Clicking the 2 arrow. Transfer pump is only able when tanks are... Oh. Now I understand what you mean by to and from. Yeah, so the trim pump in this game only goes tank to tank. Which is bullshit, but whatever, it's a video game. This is where my own knowledge is working against me. So I want to open that up and open up the 2 and it should fill up. Got it. No problem. No problemo. Okay. I'm just going back through the messages, make sure I didn't miss anything. You guys do not need to super chat to tell me stuff. I am sorry that a couple of you did that. That's not how I want to run my channel, man. 2 buttons over the tanks. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't want to do it right now. I want to leave it in auto. But I'm going to click that button and click the 2 button and it should fill up. Understood. Right now we're coming to periscope depth. I don't want to jack that up. I'm waiting to slow down to 5 knots is what I'm waiting on. I just want to be a lot shallower than 200 feet doing it. Is the AI that actually attacks you now? No, they haven't shot back yet. They are responding to things that we do, though. If they detect it, they do like maneuver and speed up. They do that. But they haven't shot back yet, to answer your question, Mr. Render. Yeah. All right, it's going to slow down to 5 knots. We're still unlocked. I'm like checking this every time I change anything. All right, 120 feet coming up. Yep. We're definitely below. Oh, good. This is good. Yay. It's working properly. All right. Oh, do we have a contact now? Hold up. We probably have to come above the layer. Yeah. I'll get on the mast in just a second, the photonics mast. I want to see sonar as we come through the layer. The layer is at 75. Let's redraw it. Oh my God, the layer moved to 49 feet. Very shallow. We're still going to be below the layer. Oh shit. That's not good. Normally that wouldn't be a big deal. A layer at 49 feet doesn't do anything. In this game, it acts like a brick wall. Or brick floor? Tile floor? a hard substance that's horizontal. So yeah, I may have a visual contact that I don't hear. That is a potential in this kind of unique situation we find ourselves in, because the layer's at 49 feet and we're coming to 50 feet, 55 feet. The sonar system is going to be literally in the layer. Yeah. Ugh. Oh, let's see what happens. I don't know. It'll be fun. Find out. Hey, that's the bottom of the wave. How you doing? How you doing, Mr. Wave? Oh, pardon me, Mr. Wave. I'm trying to take a little look-see-loo up above the water. Aha! Oh, I'm back. Oh, I'm gone again. All right, I started my search a little bit early there. A little bit early. This one doesn't count. All right, this one counts. I'm going to go a little bit slower this time. Looking for any contact. Like, we should be pretty close. Nope. Okay, I thought I saw a shadow there. We're going to do an infrared or an IR search here. I definitely see contacts much better in this mode. It cuts out a lot of that haze and fog. Contacts, unless you're looking at the sun, contacts really pop out. Wow, no contacts. That's crazy. This is thermal. Not as long range, but like if you have a contact and if it's making heat, you'll definitely see it. It's hard not to. Except on the bearing of the sun, of course. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, let's dip that back down. Let's go into ESM. I'm just curious if we have any contacts at all on ESM. I expect to have multiple contacts, like for real. And not necessarily the ones that are trying to be sneaky. I mean, just like regular traffic. This is South China Sea, man. This is should be busy as hell. We know ESM works because we already had an ESM contact. No AIS, no ESM. I'm going to leave it raised because we're going to go right over, and I'm going to raise the communications mast too, just see if we got any kind of update. Because maybe I missed a message? I don't know. Like, this is starting to get weird. All right, I have so much raised out of the water, anybody with any radar whatsoever is going to see us. We're not being stealthy at all. And my first clue that something was up was when we got this tasking order at the very beginning of the match. We didn't have any text. That was like minute 1, 2 hours ago. So I wonder if something got bugged right here. I don't know. But we're not receiving anything. I'm going to leave it up. I'm going to go look at the chart. Right here. I mean, we're literally at the meeting point. Let's turn to 270 so we drive right through the middle of it. This is where the tankers are supposed to be. What's our depth? Yeah, 5.3 feet. We're right on depth. You know what? End. Let's come off of that. And just to make sure that the system knows my intent. Oh my God, my frame rate went to hell. What the fuck? Whoa. Okay, computer, calm down. There we go. Okay, I told the pilot to go to periscope depth just so the computer knows that's my goal. Because of the layer, I'm kind of not surprised. Oh, look how it's bouncing around the bearings. Oh God. I think the scenario might be bugged. I saw somebody in chat had played this one before. What are we supposed to be seeing right now? I expected multiple oil tankers. We have nothing and no message. And look at what it's doing to the bearings. It's jumping left, center, right, center, left again. And then we had a couple way over here for some reason. Okay, let's see what you guys are saying. Great appearance on 10%. Oh, thank you, Mr. Stryden Sloth. Appreciate that. Is the intent to circle to the point like a hungry shark? If that's what it takes, that's what I'll do. Because maybe the tankers haven't made it here yet. You won't say where they are. However, you have to wait. Oh, no. Okay, thank you for not giving it away. So now that we're here, we just have to wait. Ugh. That sucks. Okay. Okay. Oh, wow. What the fuck? I am warping all over the submarine. If I save this, can I restart from this position? Is there a... Can I manual... I'm going to try and do a manual save, folks, so I can close the game and reopen it. I don't want to lose all the progress we made. I'm going to give it a name, if it lets me. I'm going to call it 222. I'm going to click save. I think the game just needs a restart. We got to clear out the cache. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Please be saving. Oh, it's saved. It's right there. And the time is right. Hey. All right. I'm going to exit the mission without looking at the answer, obviously. But I'm going to quit. I'm going to click exit the desktop, and I'm going to hide my screen while I do that, so you guys don't see my desktop. Not that you care what my desktop looks like. That's today's thumbnail. Oh my God. Sorry about your ears. Holy shiza. They got to fix that. That's been in since day one. Oh, I apologize. I forgot about the sound glitch when you close it. That hurt me a lot. All right, let's try and let's load this baby back up. Let's click the play button. Yeah. That's a search engine optimized Aaron on the thumbnail. That's what that is. That's SEO Aaron. I'm the CEO of Subbrief. That's the SEO of Subbrief. That's why he's on the thumbnail and I'm not. We're trying to get our lady demographic up. Our lady demographic's like 2%. You ladies got to click on the like and subscribe. I got to come up with some ideas that the ladies would like. Like, I don't know, I can take my shirt off. I think that's against TOS. I don't think men are allowed to. Women can, which is weird, but men can't. Seems opposite. All right, we're back. AI Aaron is a serious looking dude. Yeah, he's very serious. He's like, click my channel, like and subscribe. Yep. We do put it through Photoshop. It's not, I don't mind people calling it AI because we use 3 AI programs here in the office, but it's not AI only. It's my photo washed through at least 2 AI filters and then Photoshop to Kingdom Come. Yep. That's how that works, if anybody was wondering. Let's see if we can load this game. I'm going to wait for this symbol to go away. Yeah, I don't know why that stays there. Let's go ahead and load this mission. Hopefully, whatever was going on has been flushed. There's no ladies on the internet. That's true. Yeah, I know. Well, we do have one. She's very nice. I can't even make jokes because she's so freaking nice. But yeah, she's like a unicorn, right? It's just one. Yeah. Hey. Oh, let's give the computer a moment. Load all the graphics. Don't want to get too crazy. I'm not warping around. I am warping around a little bit. Oh, no. It's okay. It's okay. You know what we don't need? We don't need fire control because we don't have any contacts. But I do need a sonarman. So let's put the sonarman on. Yeah, it's still, the frame rate's not great. Ugh. Let's see. We should have the towed array out. Uh-oh. Huh. What's going on? Let's check all of our systems. Well, we're not at periscope depth. We're at 6.2 feet. Let's go to 5.4 feet, 5 knots. The towed array got retracted. Let's extend it. We're at 5 knots. Let's raise the HDR mast. Let's raise comms. See if I can get the message to download again. Maybe. Who knows? Let's go take a look at the photonics mast while all the masts and antennas are coming up. We're at 5.9 feet, coming up to 5.4 feet. Let's do a quick low power search. Make sure we're not on top of anybody. Okay, that's good. That's good. Let's go ahead and go to infrared. Oh, okay. Just do a real stabilize it so we're not getting seasick here. Okay, so no visual contacts. I'm going to dip that for good habits and practices. Change the color to red. I prefer red. All right, let's go into ESM. Okay. No ESM. I'm going to leave the ESM mast raised in case somebody comes along. Let's go over into radio. Oops. Let's raise those antennas first. A different set of DMRs are online, but I'm not sure if that makes any difference. And then this one here. If the gentleman who played this scenario before, did your tasking order give you any text? I would expect to see a message here. This did give us the waypoint on the chart, so we got something out of it. But there should be something here. All right, so we're on depth, we're on course and speed. Let's take a look at the chart. Oh, let's turn off the lights. Yep. The chart has some pretty bad glare with these lights on, so there is an actual practical purpose to doing this besides me setting the mood. Oh my God. Yeah, the frame rate's bad. Jeez Louise. Whenever I try to look around the control room, it's jumping on me. I'm not doing that on purpose. That's the computer's doing that. So, and I will blame the computer in this case. All right, so 5 knots. I guess we just have to wait. So I'm going to steam to the west, and then we're going to steam back to the east for a while. We'll go ahead and lower everything. Let's check radio. Yeah, nothing. What did the gentleman say? Oh, no. Yep, 3.5 feet. Hey, we got comms to work at 5.5 feet on our very first mission today because they fixed that bug. But you're right. This is a scenario, and maybe it's different in the scenario because it was 3.5 feet. You're absolutely right about that. Let's go to 3.5 feet. This will be good feedback for wave ops if that's still an issue. We're playing patch 118, and it addressed this specifically. It's mentioned twice in the patch notes. That's how proud they are of fixing this. But yeah, we're going to come to 3.5 feet because this is what it was pre-patch, if you wanted to get the message. And I bet you this works. That's unlocked. Okay, everything's fine. It's just going to take us a minute to get up there. Okay. I could fool around with the trim system too. Let's go to manual. Let's see if I can get this to work. So water should be coming in. I'm in manual mode. Oh, crap. I'm trying to come up. Whoops. I'm working against the dive by making the boat heavier than it needs to be. All right. I'll fuss with that later. I don't want to screw up this excursion to 35 feet that we're doing. So let's go back into radio. Let's verify comms and sats are fully raised. If this scenario was bugged from minute 1, that'd be a real shame, because that means we wasted the last 90 minutes of our life. But we did have a couple of good jokes in there. I screwed up the trim system. We talked about bookstores and old operating systems. And I think we're at 42 feet. I think it might be bugged, but I'm not going to hang my hat on it being bugged until I know for sure. We're at 40 feet. Come on, Dave. Get on up there. Sofon says, I didn't get text on the tasking order either, so maybe. Do they have a deep scattered layer? Man, they barely get the layer right, so I don't know. The layer is so overpowered that I wouldn't expect anything else. I don't know how they fix it either. Also, not my problem. I'm in a very good position in that I only have to play the game. I don't have to fix it, so I am not on any kind of testing team or anything like that. I would like them to add a feedback button. Let me just double check. Yeah, I don't see one. So we are at 35 feet now and holding. I would expect to see a receiving here. Yeah, shoot. All right. I don't think this mission's going to work. Let's go back to the scope. Let's go to IR. We're right at the meeting spot, and I know that we have to wait. So I'm not like looking for the tanker that's in the mission. I'm just looking for any contact, and there's nothing. The South China Sea is chock full of ships. Like, you'd be hard-pressed to find a spot like this where you don't see nobody anywhere, any time of the year. There's a lot of boats in the South China Sea. Big, small, and in between. Aircraft, too. All right, what do we do? I mean, I guess we could do another mission, a different mission. I don't want to spend any more time on this if it's truly bugged. Yeah. I also don't want to end the stream like this either. I want to do something. I would TC. Where I live, TC means Traverse City. I wouldn't mind going to Traverse City, but I want to stream. So I'll TC after the stream, sir. Yeah, let's go back into radio and just double check. Yeah, I mean, honestly, mashing this button a fourth time is not going to change anything. Okay, yeah, it's time to end it. But we're not going to end the stream. No, we're going to do a mission. I'm going to do something. This is ridiculous. Let's exit. You know what? I'm going to look at the answer, even though I promised myself I wouldn't. Where the hell were they? Oh, wow. Oh, no. I think I know what happened. Yeah, you're absolutely right. They get here in like 2 days? We would have to stay in time compression for like hours of real time. Well, 1 hour. Another hour of real time. Wow. I would edit some of these missions, man. Give the player something to do while he waits. Holy smokes. I want them to fix the game. They don't need to be fixing the missions. Make the game better first. I'm almost afraid to do one of these, but yeah. I'll tell you what, let's do a quick comfort break, and we're going to do a quick mission. Okay. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to leave this into the chat. Oh, you guys can't see it. Son of a bitch. Crap. Okay. I was going to leave it up to you guys, but we can't. Let's do a convoy hunt of a large convoy. And let's destroy them. We'll have some civilian targets in the way as well for war crime reasons. I'm going to go, let's try doing a November. So the beginning of winter, we're getting into winter here. Water's going to start to get cold. It's going to be block 4. Whenever I come back in about 2 minutes, hey, and I can actually fill my coffee cup up. So we're going to have aircraft. We're going to have civilian targets. It says a submarine on the display, but we'll see about that. And there's going to be a convoy, large convoy far away, medium range away. So not close. And we're going to have to hunt them down and sink them. That's what I'm going to do to end the stream. All right. I'm not sure how to say your name. Is it A-O-D Han? Anyway, I see what you're saying now. All right, I'll be right back. Everyone take 2 minutes. 120 seconds. Be right back. Getting old. Oh, hey. Oh, we're still going.
Are you?
Yeah, the game's kind of buggy today, so I didn't want to end the stream on a bugged out scenario. So we're trying to find one that works. How you guys doing? He looks tired. Did you take him back out?
Yeah, we went outside, but just to pee in the backyard.
Oh, okay.
He can smell those boxes out there, though, because he's like,
Yeah.
And then I just came out and got my laundry out of the dryer, decided to have some lunch.
Yeah, I gotta do laundry too. I'll do that this weekend. Yeah, I got a bunch of new shirts in there. I gotta wash so I can wear them. All right, I'm gonna go for another hour or two, and I'll be out.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. All right. You got some fresh Joe. Oh, that good. Okay, let's think a convoy. Let's think every one of these sons of guns. This ought to be fun. This ought to be a good time. That's right, the cherry. I really want to, as a joke, get this chair an Instagram channel, but right now the social media is so jacked up. I don't even, if I give the social media lady anything else to do, she's going to quit. And I don't want that. She's very important. Please don't quit. Yeah. All right. Layers at 7.2 feet. Okay. What are we at? We're at 7 knots, 165 feet. Oh. Should be in deep water. All right, 8,000 feet, plenty of water. Let's see who do we have out there pinging our doorbell. I was gonna say potentially 2 contacts. Yeah. All right, so we got the Type 55 destroyer out there, the big boy. Okay. Alrighty, and we're heading 260. We got to get above the layer, so let's go do that now. Let's make our depth 5.4 feet. We'll go ahead and assign sonarman. We'll assign the fire controlman. We'll assign the ESM man. Oops. You got to do it on this station over here, apparently. Aha. We're back. We're so back. All right. What's our depth now? 150 feet. Coming up 5 knots. Very good. Very good. Everything looks good and normal. Raising the photonics mast. All right. Okay. The only difference between the last mission and how the day went is that my reset button is in beers. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing Big Brother tonight. Big Brother is one of our, I hate to say family traditions, but it kind of is. One of the very first, it's not the first date, but one of the most casual first dates I went on, which was like date number 4, is the girlfriend that became my wife came over to my apartment and we watched Big Brother together. And then it became a thing where she would come over to my apartment every time Big Brother had an episode, which back then was like 2 times a week. Sunday night and Thursdays or something like that. So I got to see her twice a week and I didn't have to take her out to dinner, spend $1 billion. Yeah. So we've been married 16 years and we still do that. It's kind of our thing. For those of you that are romantic, we keep doing it for nostalgia reasons. And we enjoy it. It's not a great show. I won't say that, but it means something to us, so that's why we watch it. What's our depth? 90 feet, okay. We have lots of contacts out there. We have achieved the goal of finding things to look at. Making sure I didn't miss any chats. You guys were talking about the chair while I was gone, as you should. Like, honestly, I should just cut that whole middle part out of the YouTube video, the last 2 hours. I'll probably do that. No close contacts. All right. Sonar's closest contact is CR2. There they are. I see the whole fleet. That's them. 12,000 yards down. Don't want to expose my periscope any more than I need to. We kind of don't even need the towed array, do we? So warships are in the midst of those tankers that we just looked at. So I'm going to call that the Convoy. Sierra 6 is going to be designated a neutral asset. We do have countermeasures. Excellent. Okay. So let's start doing an observation. I'll let fire control manage everything. I'm going to focus on the targets. But sonar and fire control should start populating. There they go. As I'm talking about it, there it just happened. Oh my God. What course are we on? Oh, 026. I thought we were heading the other way. It's actually not a bad course. I'm okay with this course. All right, let's get back on the scope. I want to take a look at Sierra 2. And we're going to mark him as hostile. Just see who his neighbor is. All right, so that's the escort. Oh my God. All right, let's track this dude. Okay, angle on the bow is going to be a starboard 90. Speed's going to be 10 knots. Mark that to fire control. Let's go to fire control. Let's go to Victor 1. All right, so let's apply that. I'm going to go ahead and merge Sierra 2 as Victor 1. That stack's so good. Look at that stack. Read 'em and weep, boys. Look at that stack of dots. Master 1 is our lead warship. Now, before fire control messes that up, I'm going to tell... Oops. Okay, I'm going to stare at her head, apparently. The fuck? Hold on 1 second. No. No. Yes, okay, that's what I'm trying to do. Secure updates on Sierra 1. Okay. So Sierra 1, Master 1 belongs to me now. Okay. Oh, let's go to the tubes. I want to load... Excellent. We have 4 Mark 48s. Hell yes. I'm going to shoot all 4 tubes at 4 different targets. And then run like hell. I got to take a moment to think tactically here. What course do we want to be on when we shoot? Not this one, that's for sure. Okay. Yeah, I'm just thinking about the tactics just for a second. It took me longer than normal because I didn't believe the course we were on, but I understand it now. It took me a second. Okay, let's get back on the scope. I'm leaving the scope down for long periods of time so that the warships do not get too comfortable tracking us. 13,000 yards. This is a new contact. Bearing mark. Victor 2 down. He's also 90, 10 knots. Yep. Mark that to fire control. We go to fire control, and I'm going to merge Victor 2 with Sierra 3. Sierra 3, Sierra 4, you could pick either one because they're kind of on top of each other. Oh. Let me split that. Yeah. Okay, Victor 2, I want to merge it with Sierra 4. That doesn't work either. Do we no longer have contact on Sierra 4? Oh my God, split it. Yeah, don't even bother merging it. I have Victor 1, I have Victor 2. Let's find the other. So that's the leading edge of the convoy. Remember how I said you want to find the edges, the boundaries of the convoys, and then shoot the middle, which is what we're going to do. All right, he's escorting these two guys. This is who we need to shoot. This is the high value target. So Victor number 3. Good range. Mark. I'm marking him as a warship, even though he's a merchant, because he is our target. So we have Victor 1, Victor 2, Victor 3. Oh, wow. I can see him below the water. That's weird. All right, up. A little bit higher. This is our 4th target. Victor 4. Range. Down. Angle on the bow is like starboard 30. If I go back to Victor 3, okay, his angle on the bow is good. Okay. All right, let's take a look at what does this look like in our little fire control simulation. Oh my God. Where are my Victor numbers at? All right, we've got Master 1. Huh. All right, let's get back on the scope. All right, we're going to call this a new contact for some reason. Mark it. Down. Mark it again. 13,000 yards. Angle on the bow is about starboard. No. Starboard 80. 5 knots. 10 knots. 10 knots. Oh my God, now it says Victor 5. Fine, call it Victor 5. That's fine. I don't care. I just whenever I go to fire control, I want to see a Victor number that's not Victor 1. Where's all my other Victor numbers? Oh my God. I don't know. Okay, it's fine. Let's go ahead and flood down all 4 tubes. I'll see if I can force this to work. All right, let's begin at tube 1. I'm assigning tube 1 to master 1. That's the big boy, the big ship. All right. So everything looks good. All right, final bearing and shoot on master 1 up. Oh my God, it's not letting me change the ID number. All right, well, bearing 318 down. I have to remember that number, I guess. Let's come over to fire control. Type in 318. Final bearing on master 1. Firing point procedures, master 1, bearing 315, range 13,500 yards, 13,500 yards. Course 040, speed 10 knots. Range rate is 25 yards per minute. High confidence. God, I'm so slow at this. Doors opened. Oh, crap. Arm. Shoot tube 1. Okay. All right. Post-launch tube 1. Cut the wire. Firing point procedures on Sierra 1, the warship. New contact bearing mark. It's not letting me reuse the Victor numbers, which is weird. Not sure what's going on with that. 12,500 yards. Angle on the bow is more like 70. Speed's sure 5 knots. We'll say that. Let's go to fire control. Hey, now we have a Victor 6 number. Yay. That's right, that's right, that's right. Apply that to tube 2. Tube 2. Master 6. Victor 6, Victor 6. Should be Master 6, but Victor 6. We're going to go high. Enable range 1,200 yards. Surface attack active. Update presets. Assigned to tube 2. Shoot tube 2. Let's go over to sonar. Make sure everything's okay. All right. Weapon wire clearance maneuver complete. Weapon moving towards the target. That's all we have time to wait for. Normally we would watch the whole thing, but we want to post-launch. Cut the wire, post-launch tube 2. Moving on to tube 3. Up. Victor, new contact as a warship. Damn it. 14,000 yards. Mark, angle on the bow, starboard 70. Looks good. Down. This is Victor 7. Go over to fire control. We're going to assign Victor 7. Come on, baby. Scroll button. This looks good. Good solution. Apply that solution to tube number 3. Victor 7. Applied solution, 1,200 yards. High to high. Active attack straight presets. Shoot tube. Why is it not applied? Go back. Apply solution. Go back to the tube. Why can't I arm it? Okay, I might have 7. That's a good solution. I might have had the wrong tube selected. It says tube 3, right? Yeah, tube 3, Victor 7. Apply. Update presets. Arm. It says door open, but it's not. Let's get back to the final target. All right, this is going to be Victor 8, new contact, range, mark, down 15,000 yards, same speed, same everything. Let's go apply Victor 8 to fire control. Scroll down to Victor 8 here. There it is. That data is what I see through the scope. That's good. We're applying that to the fire control system. Now I'm pushing it from the fire control system to tube 4. So I go tube 4, Victor 8. Update the presets on the weapon. High to high. That's the speeds it's running at when I say high to high. Applied. Applied solution. Applied presets. Tube 4. Tube 4. Go to tube 4. Door's not open despite it saying that it is. Shoot tube 4. Post-launch tube 3. Let's go to sonar, make sure there's no weapon malfunction. All right, that's how you get 4 torpedoes in the water. You just can't have the wires on all 4 of them. I could keep the wires on 2 of them, but I am going to go to torpedo evasion right now. So, torpedo evasion. So we're going to go here. We're going to go emergency deep. I'm going to say helm come course 120. This will put people in the baffles. I'm aware of this. Ahead flank cavitate. Double check mast and antennas are confirmed down. Okay, we are now going down. Let's go back to fire control. We're going to hit countermeasures. Mark 3 launch. That's our noisemaker. That's masking our broadband signature. Because we're cavitating like a big dog right now. And we'll see how many hits we get. So I expect the warships at the very least to evade. I expect to still hit them at these ranges without a wire. And we'll see what happens. All right, are we on course and speed yet? Pretty close to course. We're on course, we're on speed. This is good. Now we go back to countermeasures. Launch the Mark IV. The Mark IV and Mark III, the countermeasure depths are 300 feet. So now I'm going to say, whatever they are, we want to be opposite of that. So let's make our depth 900 feet. Decoys and countermeasures are shallow. Real targets down deep. Different depth bands. Write that down. Write that down. That's how you do that. Now, we can't keep them in our baffles. Nope, nope, nope. And this is not a good evasion course either. What I'm doing now is I'm opening range from the torpedoes that I shot to the south. Because I do want to evade to the south. I just don't want to do it right alongside my own weapons. Nope, no, 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 no. That's not a good idea at all. Don't do that. I am curious about our countermeasures. Will our countermeasures show up on sonar? They're in our baffles. So, oh. The answer is yes. Let's unmute this. Bro. Oh, baby, come back. I don't want to get too excited, but that looked promising. Okay, something. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay. So there is active sonar in there, but that's our countermeasure. Awesome. Let's go ahead and mute that. Okay, cool. That should be our countermeasure right there. Weapon, 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 and then countermeasure. Okay, cool. It looks like it's showing up. That's really cool. This ain't gonna tell us nothing. Never mind. Don't even bother with narrowband on this. We need to go to the chart. Something I should have done before. I think that's where we were whenever we launched. Is you want to mark the chart where you launched your weapons. So we are now 2.5 miles away. We're 4,000 yards away. That's pretty good. We're almost ready to turn south. We have to bring the warships out of our baffles. Yeah. All right, let's do that. So let's come to course 180. And we are kind of running parallel to our own torpedoes that we shot at the high value targets. I'm evading away from the warships because that's the threat, all right? I'm also evading kind of towards the high value targets in case I have to shoot them again. We got to make sure that the merchants are sunk. Sinking the warships is more of a self-defense measure than anything else. That's not our target. But we want to hear some explosions down in this direction. All right, and we can read some chat. I merged Victor 1 and Sierra 2. I might have, yeah, the whole merging was not going well, so I stopped doing it. Oh, shit. You're right. I could have done the firing point procedures with fire control. I do want to try that because I've not done that at all with this game. I completely forgot about it. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I need. Is I need people that know what they're doing, and if they don't, I can teach them to gain the contacts, which is gonna be kind of easy. But I need somebody to watch sonar basically whenever we do multi-crew, and then obviously I need a fire controlman that can work with me on the contacts, and that way, whenever we do a high volume of fire like this, it will go much faster and also a lot smoother. Yeah, because I can work the scope, pinging the bearings and what I'm seeing, and the fire controlman can actually bring up the paravis or the photonics display on his other display and see it too and be like, yep, I agree, angle on the bow is 90 broad, right? So now we're just kind of waiting. For our purposes here today, we will watch a little bit of the external. Let's just see if we got... Well, I don't expect any hits yet. All of these shots were very long range, but let's start with own ship. Oh, wow. I'm not sure what the hell that is. Wow, he was only doing 5 knots if that's the guy we shot at. I didn't change the speed of these guys, so that guy's doing 10 easily or more. I see smoke. Somebody's on fire. All right, we got a hit on the big boy. There's no hit on that one. Yep. What? Okay. I'm not sure what happened. I don't think that's us. That looks like a cruise missile. Okay. Oh, explosion on the bearing of one of the merchants just got exploded. Wow, is he sinking? Oh no, this weapon's going for him too. All right, so we are going to have to reattack that one. Wow, he's sinking fast. Holy smokes. Oh, look at that. He sank quick. I wonder if this weapon will try and chase it. It might. It doesn't have a wire. It doesn't know any better. Oh, it's staying right there. Yeah, it's definitely gonna hit it. I wonder if we get to see this underwater. This might be really cool. This might be really cool. We're gonna come up. If you have Thessalopian fear of large objects underwater, avert your eyes. It's gonna come at us like Jaws right here. Look at that. Boom. Ah, that was too close. And now look at him sink. Holy smokes. Yeah, I mean, whenever you're negatively buoyant that much, you don't fall slow, that's for sure. You'd be surprised how quickly the Titanic sank once it got up to speed. Didn't take long to get to the bottom. All right, cool beans, cool beans. So that's our attack. We do need to reattack to the south or to the west. So, pardon me. Let me go ahead and reload my tubes. Mark 48, Mark 48. Go ahead and make those top two ready. Pardon me. So while the torpedo men are getting things ready, I have all explosions on all weapons. I don't expect any more weapons out there. So I'm going to go ahead and turn towards the weapons, which without a wire I would never do. But I believe they've all detonated. And we're going to make our depth 150 feet. Yep. Now, what are we doing here? I do want to double check. Make sure I'm not wrong. Because I might be. This is why I said what I believed before I checked it. He's sinking. He's looking really low in the water, but he might just be a heavy boy. Yeah, there is a torpedo out there. That's what I was checking. So we do have a torpedo somewhere. Right here. Who is this? And why is it dark? Yeah, I don't know what this is. That's kind of weird. That's us. We're still alive. Okay. So my assumption that all 4 torpedoes are gone are apparently wrong, because it looks like there's something else out there. And I don't think he counterfired at us. Had 2/3. Okay, now we're going to slow down now that we're 250 feet. I never did lock the bow planes, but that's all right. Not a big deal. Head 1/3. I'm going to go ahead and make my depth 4 feet. And I am going to use the firing point procedures on fire control on this one, because we have to reattack that one merchant. Let's go ahead and get tubes. Let's flood tubes 1 and 2. Tube 2 is the primary. Tube 1 is the backup. Okay. Tube 2 primary. Okay. I would like to clear out all these contacts, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Let's get back on the helm. See where our depth's at. So we're heading back to the west now. Wow, we're already at periscope depth. Wow. But we're still doing 13 knots. Let's all stop. I'm looking at speed right here. Right where my cursor's at. All right, once we get below 10, I can raise the mast. There it is. Up. All right, let's get on the scope. Oh, should be right off our bow. He's right there. Let me dip it real fast. Zoom it in. Back up again. Ooh, that's the warship. This is the guy I'm trying to shoot here. All right, 2 warships out there. That's the guy we missed. I wonder if he's not with the fleet. All right, down. Huh. I'm not going to shoot him. I think CR5 is not part of the convoy. Let me reassess this situation. So that's the big boy. Aha! Who are you? Who are you? I don't know who that is. Can I get a ping on him? Nope. All right. Is candidate number 1. Let's go with new contact, range. 18,500 yards. Worship bearing mark, starboard that, down. That, my friends, is going to have to be a harpoon shot. So let's swap out. Let's make these harpoons. Backhaul those tubes. Backhauling takes like 15 minutes in reality, so if you have that set to realistic, be prepared for a long wait if you want to swap weapons the way I just did. I have that set to non-realistic so we can do just this without having to wait 15 minutes. I'm going to shoot a harpoon shot at that target. So let's go ahead and get that ready there. Tube 3 and 4, those are going to be my primary tubes. I'm going to shoot both tube 3 and 4. Okay, doors are open. Let's go ahead and make the mission. Let's do a final bearing and shoot on Victor 9. Up. Harpoon attack on a warship. The target I want to torpedo is behind him. So I want to sink this guy first. 18,000 yards. Speed is near 0. Got it. Okay, let's put that into the fire control system. Victor 9. Not going to merge it with anybody. But I am going to take... I'm going to build this mission. I'm going to leave it in pop-up so we can watch the animation. Normally I would not do this as a pop-up. Oop. Son of a bitch. Pop-up. There we go. Ooh. There we go. Save that. Now we're going to assign mission AS anti-ship mission 2 pop-up to tubes 3 and 4. Okay, there it is. Okay, we're going to arm tube 4, arm tube 3, shoot tube 4, shoot tube 3. There's no wires on these, so you can hammer the fire button as fast as you can click your mouse. Oh, crap, I lifted the scope up. Eesh, that was dumb. Whoopsie. All right. Port and starboard tubes are in the air. All right, booster separation port and starboard down. Good Lord. Well, they definitely know where we're at, so. That means we got to go. Boy. Emergency deep. Head flank. Make your depth 500 feet. Countermeasure. Mark 3. Set to 300 feet. Then you go back to the helm. After you shoot the countermeasure, change your course. Do we want to go back to where we were? Yeah, we kind of do. Let's go to 0, 2, 0. All right. New course, new depth. Once we get up in speed, I am going to secure the bow planes the way I'm supposed to. Knots. There we go. Lock them, retract them. All right, so that's the way you do that. Now that we're on our new course, I'm going to wait till we get on our new course. 020. I can watch it right here. Standby countermeasure. Okay, launch ADC Mark IV from port launcher 2. All right, so we have a masker and a decoy behind us to suck up any weapons they shoot at us. And now we want to change our depth again. Now they're on our new course. Depth. Make it 900 feet. That's torpedo evasion, folks. You've seen it twice. And I'll do it again if I have to. I'm not scared. All right, for YouTube video reasons, let's watch the attack unfold. Wow. Oh, this guy just got hit, or was hit. Now he's on fire. Hey, that was one of our high value guys. Yeah. I'm surprised we hit him. Was it a torpedo? It might have been a missile because it's above the deck. I was aiming at this guy, and I hit something else. Yeah, both missiles have already hit something. Huh. That's smoke in the distance there. Huh. Yeah, these guys are barely moving. I think this is one of our targets here. Yeah, that may not have been a convoy member. Okay, that's not good. Well, Kermie, there's your War Crime Friday right there. This guy definitely was. How's he not on fire? He was on fire a second ago. Unless they have two that look just like that. That's possible. Oh, there he is. Oh, they do have two looks just like it. This guy was a target because that's the ship that was protecting him. Got them both. We made a dent in the water. I wonder if that was a torpedo explosion because it dented the water. I don't know. It's weird. Can I zoom in any more on it? I'm trying to see if there's any damage below the waterline. I can't really tell. No, I think that was a missile. I think a missile hit that one. Yeah. Okay. All right, back at it again. Let's go ahead and reload tubes 3 and 4. Oh, shit. I left the torpedo door, tube doors open. Flank bell, 900 feet. Don't do that. That's hilarious. That's a good way to get a flooding in the torpedo room is what that is. Okay. We're loading 2 more harpoons as we reposition here. So I'm repositioning back to the north a little bit. And I intend on closing these guys now. Now that I've damaged a lot of them, and they know where we're at least the direction, I want to be aggressive. I could do 2 things right now. I could disengage, which would be smart, or I could push the attack, which is what we need to do to complete the mission. We haven't sank all the merchants yet. So we want to do that. Let me take a second here to read chat. It's a lot of surface traffic, including some civilian targets, and I think I hit one of them. I think the red merchant that had the grain elevator covers, or grain covers, I think that was not part of the convoy. He's on fire and he doesn't have any warships around him. So in the debrief, we'll see what happened there. But right now we're repositioning back to the north. The escorts are damaged. Those guys are dead in the water. I can sink a lot of those guys now. And I do want to use the firing point procedures on the fire control member, but I'm going to reposition back to the northwest here in just a second. Let's check sonar. At these speeds, we probably have no contacts, yeah. And, no, we're not cavitating. What's our, we should be at 900 feet, right? Yeah, we are. Okay. All right, let's Let's go and evade towards the sound of the guns. This is the type of aggression that you're going to need to have to keep your target on the defensive. Once you slam dunk him the way we just did, press the attack and you're going to be by yourself. You know, if we run away right now, the target will eventually figure out he's not being attacked anymore, and he'll begin to recover and start his counterattack procedures. I want to punch him over and over again before he gets a chance to do any of that. The thing that's complicating that is I initiated the attack from a pretty long range. I probably should have waited, and I should have repositioned first, which would require waiting, and then attacked them at ranges of, say, 8 to 10,000 yards. And it probably would have saved that civilian merchant, because he's definitely on fire now. All right, let's come to 330. So we're going to come left. We're doing 40 knots. Man, we are hauling ass, dude. Coming up to 500 feet. The torpedo room's ready to go. They've already got all 4 tubes reloaded. Tubes 1 and 2 with the ad caps are flooded but not opened. And that's how you want to, at these speeds, you don't dare open a torpedo tube. Good luck closing it again. We're doing the Block 4 right now. Someone's asking what version of submarine we're doing. This is the Block 4. All right, so let's go to the chart. The chart has a general idea of where the group of targets is at. This master number is only accurate if he didn't stop. That's the big flat top amphib ship. He's actually dead in the water, so he's back here. I would love to go through and just clean all these up. I wonder if he'll let me do that. I don't know if that's... we don't have any context now, so I probably can. I'm curious how the game handles this. I've never had to... Like, let's go with... who do I want to get rid of? Sierra 5. He's down here by himself doing nothing. Oh, and Sierra 12 was a countermeasure. Let's get rid of both of those. So let's get rid of Sierra 5. Delete. Uh-oh. Okay. So you got to delete the bearings first and then the contact. Got it. And Sierra 12. Okay. Now if I go to the chart, does it clear them off the chart? Yes. Oh, that's pretty nice. Okay, I like that. So we want to delete Master 1 just because he's way out of position. And Sierra 6, we're going to hold on to him because that is a real contact. So yeah, let's go just delete Master 1. Master 1 is still afloat, but he's nowhere near where that says he's at. So I guess normally you would drop these contacts in fire control, but the game makes you do it, not makes you, but allows you to do it from here. Sierra 2, Master 1, okay. Cool. The rest of those I'm going to leave. I know it's a cluster foxtrot up there. Let's go back to the chart. All right, we may have to... it's going to be a minute. How far away? Like, they're in this general area. None of these ranges or even bearings are accurate, but we're treating this as one contact because it's a convoy. And so roughly, it's 6 nautical miles away. We could actually reattack right now. We're actually 8 miles away. All right, so let's wait a little bit. We can watch these guys burn and sink and stuff while we do it. So that guy's dead in the water. I don't know what these guys are doing. I don't know if this was part of our initial attack. This might be somebody else. But it's definitely a convoy. This guy's escorting him, right? And everything that we attacked is up in front of them. This guy's still going. He's hunting us. He's looking for us. That's what he's doing. I wonder where he's at. This is the big boy. Oh, he put the fire out. All right, he might get back underway. Oh, we don't want him launching aircraft. No. All right, he's still dead in the water. That's good. We don't want him launching aircraft. We don't want any of these guys launching aircraft. I got to figure out where these 3 ships are. I want to sink these guys. All right, that's a civilian. This is, I think, Sierra 6. This is the lone target up to our north that I'm intentionally trying to not shoot. So our targets, I think, are over here. And we're crossing in front of this guy right now, heading that way. Ooh. That's a target right there. Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, this is the guy to the south. This is the guy that I missed because I thought he was part of the convoy. But look how far away he is from where the warships are. I may have deliberately attacked the second group with the tubes 3 and 4 torpedoes. One of the ships that sank really fast may not have been part of the convoy, even though I definitely identified him as that and deliberately attacked them. Ooh. Also, this guy did not give a damn that the guy in front of him blew up and sank. He just kept on going. He's got a schedule to meet. He's got somewhere to be. And this guy's the one that I'm intentionally not attacking. He's driving into the field of fire because we're about to reattack that. Yeah. This is the guy that was by himself too. This was the unintentional one. I did not mean to attack him. It'll be interesting to see in the debrief where he was. All right, this is our target right here. Where's the third guy? Oh, right there. Okay. Now, yeah, we got to figure this out. They are like, it says that they're moving, but it doesn't. 2 knots? No, he's not moving at all. His screw blade's literally not moving. This guy's dead in the water. So I've noticed with dead in the water contacts, often you don't get any sonar, which is not the way it works, but it's the way this game works. So we may not even hear him. I may have to see him visually, which we should be able to now. Let me take a look at the chart. Yeah, we're exactly where I want to be. So we're going to go ahead and turn back to the north. I'm going to aggressively come to periscope depth at a flank bell. And I'll remember to extend and unlock the bow planes here. I'm going to watch this so I don't forget. All right. Let's see. DSG says, I was noticing that you were going through external views. You had the black screen. You can use night. Oh, that's true. I could have turned on the night vision. Let's do that. We are cavitating. Let's go ahead. Standard. All right. As we slow down, I'm going to keep this locked. Let's do the black view, which is this one. Oh, it's an upside down ship. Okay. Oh, Jesus. So all 4 of our torpedoes, I think, did hit. The black screen that I thought was a torpedo unaccounted for was a sunk ship. Okay. On the bottom. Good call. Thank you, DSG. Appreciate that, man. My man, DSG in the chat. Coming through for us. Let's go ahead and extend and unlock. Now that we're slowing down. I'm coming right at periscope depth. Now that we're not going fast, let's head over to the tubes. I want to flood everybody. I do want to open these doors. We're going to conduct a torpedo attack on the nearest target of interest. It may not be a warship. It may be a warship. I don't know. All I know is this picture is no longer accurate. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Whew. We have a lot going on in my brain right now. Pardon me. If my little processor's getting slower and slower. Got to unload some of these targets. Yeah. Oh, we're coming up. Oh, shit. Slow down. I'll stop. Oh my God. You know what? Back 1/3. I don't care if you cavitate. Holy smokes, we might have just broached. I think we did. That's my own fault. I took too long looking at the tubes. Yeah, I've got a backing bell on trying to slow this pig down. Or it definitely broached. Holy crap. They can literally see us. Yeah. I'll stop. This gives the throttle men a chance to stop the reverse motion before opening up the valves for forward motion. Back there in maneuvering. Okay. Good Lord have mercy. All right, let's get on the scope. Yeah. Now, if there was any helicopters out there, we would be in a world of hurt. But I don't think there is. Oh, hello. Okay. Oh, finally. Maybe ESM detection. Multiple ESM sounds like it. Are you by yourself? All right, he is. Oh, no, he's going to walk. Yeah, that's the dude that's sailing into our field of fire. God bless America. Turn this thing faster. Target. Target. Aha, there they are. That's who we want to shoot. Yes. Okay. New contact. Victor 10, bearing, Mark warship. Ooh. There we go. That's fine. Down. Oh my God. Yeah, I think we're stuck on the surface now. I did unlock the bow planes, but I also drove us into a surface position due to bad driving. Bad driving. Make sure. What is my order depth? Let's go to 60 feet. We should be taking gunfire at this point right now. Yeah, but that's a fatal error. Like, I should be sunk. I kept the flank bell on way too long. There we are. Well, we did submerge again. That's good. Okay. Just want to make sure we weren't actually broached. I'll just tell him to go to periscope depth. See if I can fix this. All right. As long as we're not going fast, I can get another bearing on Master 10 and shoot it. And we're going to use the auto crew to do this shot. I'm going to put in the solution, then I have them shoot it. "12,000 yards down." That's Victor 10. And that's accurate data. So we're going to do a firing point procedures on Victor 10 with the auto crew. Let me make sure the weapon is... Actually, I don't know if auto crew does this, so I'm going to do this for them. I'm going to set the torpedo presets. I'm also going to shoot tube 2 at Victor 10. Let me assign that. Holy cow. Where's Victor 10 at? I have Sierra 10. Oh, it redesignated at Master 1, maybe? Yeah, it's right there. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's yeah, that's apparently what happened. So it's 2-2. Now, fire point procedures should do that for us, but this is literally my first time doing this. So let's go to tubes. Well, hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm going to have to read up on this. That's not working at all. Why does that say none? Why do I not have solutions here? Victor 10 is Master 1. Oh, no, it's not. There it is. Tube 2. Okay. Oh. Can I just shoot it then? I want to go through firing point procedures, but as you can see, it says none. Okay. Ugh. I'm going to have to practice that off stream. I'm not familiar at all with why that's not working. I know how to shoot a torpedo, so I'm going to do it. Tube 2. Where the hell is Victor 10 at? Okay. I think I'm going to check fire at this point, which means, hold up, wait a minute. I'm going to go into Sonar and just delete a lot of these contacts because I'm starting to think that maybe the contact list literally isn't long enough on that fire control stack. And so I'm just to test that, I might be wrong. I'm going to delete a bunch of these contacts, which takes them off that list over there too. And just see if Victor 10 suddenly shows up because now it doesn't have a billion sonar contacts on it. Okay. Sure, I'll leave those, whatever. Let's go back over here. Now, is there a Victor 10? No. Okay, let's go to the scope. Let's raise it up. It should be right on that guy because he was not going very fast at all. Well, never mind. Definitely not on that guy. Oh, he's right there. It wasn't too far away. It's fine. Yeah, he's definitely dead in the water. This is ridiculous. He should be freaking out right now. All right, that's a good range. All right, speed 0. Mark that. Down. And that was Victor 10. So let's go to fire control. Let's change tubes. That gives the time to refresh. Wow, yeah, Victor 10 is not showing up. Unless it's calling it Master 1, which... yeah, Master 1. Where is Master 1 on this list? It's not even here. How the hell am I going to shoot this guy? All right. Let's give it a different Victor number and see if that helps. I have very unique ways of breaking this game. I'm very good at it. Let's give it a new number. Yeah. New contact. New laser range. Mark. All right. 12,800 yards. Victor 11. Speed 0. Everything looks great. Lower the mast just for practice. Now let's go to fire control. There should be a Victor 11 now. Let's switch it to tube 2. That way it kind of resets the selection. And yeah, Victor 11 is not on this list. What the fuck? All right, do we have any contacts in that? I'm gonna shoot something. Something getting shot. Might be the XO at this point. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the helmsman. What's that bearing? 246. Oh shit. They're down there. Okay. I might have deleted all those contacts. I don't know. Oh, who's down there? Oh, here we go. Ah, who are you? Ah, Victor 10. I found you. You were there the whole time. You're just not on my solution list. So let me go. Oh, duh. So just because I put the solution in at the periscope doesn't put the solution into fire control. No comment. Now I know. So you still got to come over here and hit apply, even though you hit apply over there. Whenever you hit mark, it should put the speed, angle on the bow, range right into here. But you still got to come over here, and even though it's filled out, you got to hit the apply button. Got it. Okay. Got it. Now we have a Victor 10 to choose from this list. There it is. Okay. That's not new, by the way. So that's kind of on me for forgetting that. That's not new at all. It's going to be the easiest shot in the world. All right, firing point procedures on Victor 10. What am I going to do? I'm going to do that. Victor 10. Final bearing and shoot. Please turn the thing. Golly. There we go. Mark that bearing. 245. All right, so let's go through it again. Fire control. 247. We're going to make it 245. We're going to apply that. System solution is bearing 245, range 800 yards. Course 357, speed 0, high confidence. Range rate, closure, opening 720, because we're heading north. Set, which is the apply button. Set to tube 2. Presets are run high to high, straight, active sonar search, surface mode, shoot tube 2. And holy smokes, we're slow with that. All right, give me another target. All right, I don't want to shoot this one yet because the torpedo will get sucked up by that. So let's find somebody on a completely different bearing to shoot this second weapon at. Here we go. You there. You haven't had enough damage yet. All right, so this contact is going to be new contact. Going to be Victor 1-2, dead in the water. Amphib ship, 9,100 yards. Angle in the bows, that's a starboard, like 120. Dead in the water. Mark. Okay, marking the hell out of that. Go back to fire control, and let's go. This was the step I was missing before. Is you have to actually take the visual. The data is already in there, but we're going to verify the course is course north actually works, and so I'm going to apply that. Now it becomes available on this menu, where I can assign it to tube. Doors opened. Okay. Tube 1. Okay, let's go to tube 1. Tube 1. This is Victor 1-2. Awesome. These are good presets. Update. Arm. Shoot tube 1. Head over to sonar. Okay, so we have 2 launches. One went port, one went starboard. I only see 1 launch. Hold up. Did I completely brain fart that? I think I did. No. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Rearm it. Rearm it. I never shot that tube, did I? Oh my God, I got so far ahead of myself. I spun myself out. I think I hit everything except shoot. Tube 2, Victor 10. Oh no. Tube 2, Victor 10, assigned solution. There it is. If I go to the tube though, it's not letting me arm it. So I have to close the door, open the door, and then arm it. That's fucking dumb. What the fuck is that? I should have shot the tube. That's on me. Not being able to rearm the tube is dumb. I'm very creative in how I find little bugs in this game. This is all for testing purposes, of course. Okay, let's go to sonar. So the way that I knew something was wrong is I came over here and I didn't see 2 weapons in the water. Yeah, that's wire clearance maneuver. And now he should head well the way back. Yeah, the weapon we just shot should head way over here to like 270, somewhere in this area. I'm kind of okay with cutting those wires. Both shots look really good. So let's cut those wires. All right, cut wire tube 2, cut wire tube 1. I'm going to do a harpoon attack on somebody. Somebody getting a harpoon today, that's for sure. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to run it back. All right, who gets a harpoon? Who wants one of these nasty little anti-ship missiles? Who else we got? Oh, not you. We want to intentionally... Okay, so we want to enable our harpoons post 7,800. So we have to enable the harpoon after that guy, because that is a collateral target. We're trying to avoid shooting that one. Okay. Looking for another target. I could just shoot Mr. Amphib twice, because he takes a lot of weapons. Ooh, here we go. Look at you. You was down here sneaking. I think this guy was in our sonar baffles. Yeah. All right. So let's make this Victor. Okay. Victor 1-3, 13,900 yards. Mark that bearing down. We're going to assign this to the harpoons. Let's go to fire control. Whew. All right. So the idea here is to build a mission to hit Victor 1-3 without hitting Sierra 1-8 or 1-9, which those might be weapons, but there's also a merchant in that area too. So I'm going to hit anti-ship missile. Let's go back to 1. Yeah. Right? Yeah. ASM 1. We're going to come right in on Sierra 1-3. We're going to save that. Now I'm going to assign ASM 1 to tubes 3 and 4. Tubes. Oh, you got to do harpoon. Harpoon in tubes 3 and 4. So now it's assigned. That's tube 4. Go back to tube 3. Assign it. Same mission. We may hit the other ships in the convoy. I'm okay with that. Everybody down here gets sunk today. I'm okay with this. There's no collateral damage whenever you are hitting things you're going to hit eventually anyway. Oh my God. I hit the wrong button. All right. We're looking for... All right. That's port tube launch. Starboard tube launch. Excellent. Weapons out of the water. Looking for that. Sweet, sweet. Booster separation on port side. Oh, there we go. Port and starboard side. Excellent. And down again. Okay. I'm not going to go to torpedo evasion this time because we're going to immediately follow up this attack. Post-launch these tubes. I'm going to put another harpoon in them. I do want to put 2 harpoons into the large ship up there. There we go. Oh, we cut the wires on those. That's why. Let's go and get 2 Mark 48s reloaded there. They are earning their money today down there in the torpedo room. I'm going to shoot 2 harpoons into the amphib ship right now. Up. We do have a torpedo on the way. Oh, shit. I think we just hit it. Something hit it. No way that was our torpedo. How close is this guy? Oh, he's only 8,000 yards away. Oh, that's probably not a good idea. Oh, we're definitely going to shoot all that. We'll prepare for collateral damage. Okay, down. Oh my God, this is so dumb. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it anyway. All right, we're going to put a harpoon 1-4. God, the range between him and a civilian is unacceptably close. Okay, we're going to go to new mission. ASM 3. Oh, what was his bearing? I don't have Victor 1-3. Hold up, wait a minute. 294. Right, he should be right here. What the fuck? Is that him right there? That might be him right there. That's got to be him right there. Okay, got it. New waypoint. How close is that? 6,400. Fine. Hey, you know what? That's what this guy gets for steaming into the middle of my battle. Let's assign that to the harpoon. Is mission 3 to tube 3. Anti-ship mission 3 to tube 3. All right, now we're going to shoot. Tubes. Okay. Okay. Arm. Fire. Post-launch. Make ready the Mark 48s. Load more harpoons. Get back on the... Ugh. Okay. Up. Oh, bow. Oh my God. Both these harpoons are going to fly right by that civilian and hit. Oh my God. Remember I told you the harpoon flies straight for 8 to 10 seconds and then turns to wherever you tell it to turn? Well, it's flying 8 to 10 seconds towards that guy in this direction before turning past that guy, looking past that guy to look at the warship. But this guy right here, I think, is in the perfect position to get hit by these harpoons. What's his range? And if it's less than 8, we're in trouble. Well, he's in trouble. I'm fine. My report's going to say that he was a target. I'm not in trouble at all. Listen. The survivors get to... Oh, shit. Do not clip that. That's fine. Listen. That's a Chinese vessel right there. Probably a spy ship. Yeah. And after he sinks, no witnesses. Yep. All right. Let's... Oh! And I think we got a hit on him, too. He knows what he did. Should have turned, buddy. Should have turned. Down? All right, let's take a quick look before we do another attack. Let's find out who's left. Oh, what happened? Did you steam into my fight? Is that what you did? Silly. Oh, wow. Look at this guy. Oh, there he is. Explosions. I don't even know who that was. Oh, that was him. Yes. That was the guy in the middle of the warships. Pinpoint precision, like a scalpel. We are a surgeon, except for that one guy over there. Forget about that guy. We are a surgeon. A bit exact. Man, eat your heart out. Look at that. We thread the needle between two warships. We got the high value target. One shot, one kill. One shot, one kill. That's all that was right there. Yeah. Oh, we got him so good. I saw another explosion. This guy just exploded. Get wrecked. Uh-oh. Oh my God, is he going to change course? New tactics. They have a rudder. China invented the rudder. They can change course. Not just speed up anymore. Nope. Now they're going to turn the boat. Oh my God, everybody's on fire, and it's awesome. Yeah, look at that guy. See, I'm going to call this disabling fire. By sinking that ship in front of this ship can now not go forward. I've blocked the convoy successfully with civilians. And if we look this way, I don't see a war crime. I don't see one at all, actually. Look at that. There's no war crime in sight. All I see here is victory. All right. This guy's still not moving. I'm not sure what more I got to do to motivate this little frigate here. I think they call it a destroyer, but whatever. It's small. All right. Everybody's sunk, or at least on fire. Yeah. Look at that. Ironically, the only thing that's smoking is the bridge that has the no smoking sign on it. You know that's against the rules. Yeah. Oh, man. What do you guys think? Oh, that guy. Ooh, look at the flame. Yes. Gimme, yeah. Oh, we just got another hit. That must have been that other torpedo. Yeah. So we've hammered this guy with at least 2 torpedoes, and I think this is a missile, because it's so high up off the water. It's kind of what it looks like. Look at him. I wonder how many times you got to hit this thing to sink it. Apparently it's more than twice. How many times I got to tell you? Oh, it was a torpedo. You can see the scorch mark right there. Yeah. What do you guys think? Kermie says that's not how it's supposed to work. Listen to me. This is how we sink them, by putting the high explosive in their direction. Yeah. That's right, Omega Codex. Yeah, welcome to it. Yeah. This would be kind of fun if it was multiplayer. Yeah, listen, give them time. Multiplayer, in my opinion, isn't anywhere near being a thing. Yeah, I don't know nothing. They don't tell me anything. And I don't ask. I wonder if those are secondaries. Every once in a while, the smoke column kind of rises back up again. But yeah, multiplayer. One, it's going to be essential because I need somebody on the fucking fire control system, putting in all the stuff that I'm calling out. Trying to do this yourself is a workload, but it's a lot of fun. Let's go to debrief and see how we did. I wonder how many points we lost for the 2 ships we weren't supposed to hit. But let's just see. Did anybody survive? I think I damaged everybody. Oh, there was a Type 55 that's still operational? 2 of them. I did get the Convoy, though. See, and it says success. I don't know if you can see the whole word, but it says success right there. So that's all we need. Now, I am curious, before we even advance time, where is the Convoy? Oh, my God. Okay, so the only thing that's a convoy is this right here. It's the 2 container ships surrounded by the 2 Type 55s. Okay. So also all the attacking I did up here, well, that's the amphib ship. So I'm going to call this part of the convoy too. What does the game call it? How many okay, there were 3 ships in the convoy, and they were all Ashira 92s. And that's an Ashira 92. So we did a good thing sinking that one. Great. And did we get credit for sinking the amphib? Yes. That amphib's considered sunk. Well, it's out of the fight. They did go over that. The devs did in one of their online interviews last month, saying, you don't need to literally sink the ship for it to be out of the war, and that's kind of where that ship falls in. All right, cool. Let's advance some time. Let's watch the Mayhem. Oh, that's interesting. So they do need to fix this. This is, I'm not going to call it a bug, but this feature where the ships that are in a convoy, some are moving and some are not, they should all move together. Oh, okay. So my first wave of torpedoes was 4 torpedoes. I showed you how to do it. You have to cut the wires to shoot 4, but you can do it. I was going to cut the wires and evade anyway. So 2 looks like they went up into the ocean, which is the amphib. Yeah, amphib got double tapped. Container ship got double tapped. Man, that was a great first salvo. And then we did this evasion. Oh, wait, what? Okay, so I know it says that I'm there, but if you remember, I evaded down to the south. That's not recorded here. But anyway, so I shot 2 harpoons at that container ship. That one should already been hit. Yeah, it was definitely hit twice. Ooh, so that one's not there. That one's literally on the bottom of the ocean. And that's where the collateral damage came in. So I was shooting at, I think, these guys. Where'd the harpoon go? Yeah, the harpoons are right here. It should see those and attack them unless I had the range wrong. It's possible that these weapons did not begin their radar search until they were past these contacts. That I don't see how that could have happened because I had really good ranges on everybody the whole time. But he went, oh, what I think happened is the Renai, and I wish I'd caught this on video because people ask me all the time. I think Renai deployed chaff and it chaffed the harpoon away from the warship. The weapon should recognize that and just disable itself, but it didn't. It went into reattack or continued the attack and hit the handy size bulk carrier. So both of those, that ship was part of the target. Hold on a second. Oh, it was. Okay, so that's a target. That's a target. That's okay. So that's not a war crime. This was definitely a war crime right here. collateral damage anyway. Okay, so that guy's damaged. He's not sunk yet, but he's damaged. And then finally, the third attack. Oh, the Panama tanker. Oh my God. Hold up. There's no way that torpedo hit that tanker. I shot a torpedo down here to the south and with precision got the guy in the middle. That was a good shot. I'm pretty proud of that one. But I definitely... Oh, that guy that was sinking got hit twice. First by a harpoon and then to finish him off by a torpedo. That was pretty good. Oh, and then I shot some harpoons down to the south here. I don't know why I did that shot. Oh, I was probably trying to shoot these warships. This Type 55 that chaffed the first harpoon apparently chaffed the second one, and they both slammed into the ULCC down here to the bottom. Oh my God. Everybody's sinking today. But that's a good Mark 48 shot. I'm probably most proud of that one. Yeah. And then what's this? This is more harpoons. Yeah, this is, I had no business making that shot. There was about 1,000 yards between this tanker and the LHA. I know it says Renai, but there was a flat top up there. Where's the flat top at? Oh, he's right there. Yeah. So look how close they are together. And I'm shooting harpoons. Oh my God. Yeah. I knew as I was doing it, I was like, this is not going to end well, but it was kind of fun. So did it anyway. All right. Lots of tonnage, lots of medals, successful mission. No war crimes reported. What more can you ask for, right? I think we're ready for the weekend at this point. All right. Let's wrap it up here, folks. So what's going to happen now is this weekend, I am recording the Patreon video, the next sub brief. We're going over the Horizon class warship, which I think that's a Swedish one. Anyway, I haven't even had time to look at it yet, but I have the script on my desk. I'm going to publish that as soon as it's done recording. So sometime this weekend, Patreons and YouTube members getting your private video. This one's not public. This is just for you guys. And it's going to be your July sub brief. Hopefully we can get a second one in this month, but I can't promise you 2 in 1 month anymore. But you're definitely going to get one private video for Patreon and YouTube members, $5 members every month. That's what I'm doing tomorrow. So I will see you guys. Next stream is Wednesday. So I look forward to seeing you guys on Wednesday when we do some cold waters. Okay. All right. Thanks for watching, everybody. And we are now streaming on Patreon too. So I know YouTube told me they were going to start running ads as of today on these streams. So I began streaming on Patreon. So if you're already a Patreon, you can be over there. You can still chat on YouTube if you want to, but you can watch the live stream while it's going on, and it'll stay recorded as a video after we're done without any ads over on the Patreon. So I just want to give you guys more options because YouTube is now charging or showing ads for you guys to watch it over there. Okay, I'll see you guys Wednesday. Thanks for watching. Bye. Bye-bye. That's my thumbnail. See ya, see ya, see ya.